Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed and we are in the Socrates and Jesus book. Oh my goodness, what a banger. We have been looking at our dreams. According to Socrates and the philosophers, of course, that he learnt from as well. In the perennial philosophy, what we're here to discover is the single philosophy. The Logos is the name for the rational, understandable pattern. Don't tell anybody in Emma Viglin's chat that, because her Nazi Twitch moderators will ban you permanently without any conversation. So I'm in a huge beef with Emma Viglin from the Majority Report right now.
I'm too pure.
And that is going viral on the internet.
I've been a bad little girl.
Exactly. So, but what we are learning is the Logos. The name that it's important to name things. If you don't name things, you haven't understood it. You haven't unified it into a whole that you can use, therefore, to develop further upon. And that's interesting. That's one of the gatekeepers, speaking of gatekeepers, to philosophy, is we don't have English words for a lot of these important concepts. Turn down my gain a little bit. Just fix this. So we have to borrow the Greek. So, for instance, to take politics as an example, the modern Democrats don't have a principle or model upon which their party and their acting, their functioning, and politics itself is based. There's no model. And as such, we have learned how to understand that as a cognitive function, one way of thinking about reality, but it also sets the conditions for believers to come in and take over. So whether it's MAGA or Christo-fascism or Nazis, people who do have some sort of principle or paradigm, but based on belief, come in. So that's why Trump got re-elected. No principle or paradigm that the modern Democrats are using. Equally, that's why the believers are spending lots and lots of money, paying lots and lots of money to the most racist, thuggish goons to kidnap, rape, murder, and send to concentration camps whoever they like, masked. So there is a Nazi Gestapo police on the streets in America, and the modern Democrats aren't doing anything about it because who's to say what's right and wrong? Isn't everything a matter of opinion? There's definitely no model for truth and justice. So 4 is the category of cognition through which humans function, called belief. 5 is that strict dualists, a strict disconnection between part and whole. We only have opinions, there's no whole. Okay, this is super, super important because a lot of good people who grow up in beliefs realize the irrationality of beliefs, and then they retreat to a mass of difference or strict dualists. The apparent safety of never making any claim. I'm not saying anything. I can't ever be wrong and punished. So that's a second element to this game. We are supposed to be wrong so we can learn. The tool of belief is violence. You can't convince someone that your belief is right because belief isn't based on truth and evidence. It's based on the authority figure from your clan group. So how do we make our team the winning team? Murder or starvation. Fascism. That's the right wing. There is no political party called the right wing or Republicans or conservative. It's just false beliefs or pathologos, sick reasoning. That's important to recognize, and that can't be recognized unless you understand a little something about understanding. If you don't recognize anything about truth, because you're a strict dualist, modern Democrats, everything is just relative to opinions, bro. Who are we to say what's right and wrong, bro? Then you don't fucking know what you're talking about. And you can't recognize deviations from what you are supposedly talking about. In other words, you can't recognize sickness and health unless you have a model or paradigm against which you can compare true or healthy expressions and deviations. That paradigm is called the logos. And even though it's funny because it's not an English word, don't be racist. You use the word croissant, don't you? That's not an English word. Schadenfreude, I'm not saying that right, or the German term we have in English for taking pleasure at other people's misfortune. So too do we need a set of Greek words, because that's where we stopped our development of understanding the nature of mind and reality. Shortly after Socrates, it ended. It ended with Aristotle and Emperor Justinian, who founded the Christian Church, replacing understanding and development with belief and stagnation. The Dark Ages. That's our history, that's our tradition, that's where we're at. This channel is about sharing this information so we can reawaken philosophy. That's our purpose as human beings. That's the gift from Prometheus, the gift of using the logos and understanding through the skill of the dialectic, allowing mankind to solve problems. So all of this is from the book, by the way. This is all a review of what we've been reading. And all of it's true. Holy shit. But don't believe me that it's true. Read it, see it for yourself in the book, nail it down in your own understanding or dialectic, practice it, share it with your friends, and test it in experience. Verify it for yourself. Otherwise, some more popular content creator will come along with a different belief that more closely reflects what you're familiar with, and you'll just take that belief. And not only that, you'll get mad at the logos. Logos and philosophy, I can't believe they tricked me. So that's the significance of understanding versus belief. In understanding, not believing that the problems are caused by belief and solved by understanding. So there's a double layer there. It's a bit fun. So, a bunch of Greek words are needed. Self-logos is the name for the intelligible sneeze. There are a few other key words, like ousia is the name for the essence of mind itself. You have a mind, right? Is its physical nature, well, is its nature physical? Now, someone in group 5 might say so because they might be a materialist. Materialist is the way of thinking from Aristotle, which rejects or denies metaphysics, or the nature of mind, and beyond that, the self. So it rejects the logos. And that's a strict dualist because there's a strict dualistic disconnection between part and whole. We are only parts. We are only chemicals and physical parts. There is no whole, and there are definitely no greater wholes. There is no consciousness, because that would be a greater whole that comes to birth when the parts of our body function together in harmony and unity, according to their purpose. So materialists are trying to explain away their own mind and consciousness, which seems terrible and against your own interests, but there you go. That's number 5. Number 4 is belief. Number 3 is understanding. That's what we're here to master. 2 is, so that's the self-logos through the dialectic is understanding. 2 is knowledge, which is apprehending it all at once. That's where we need the word, not only self-logos, because it's not just reason or rationality, it's also directly apprehendable. That's the self-logos. That's why we need a new word. So the paradigm that we are seeking isn't just rationality, it's the logos, which is intelligible, meaning you can also directly apprehend it, making learning also a spiritual discipline or method. Discipline sounds not fun, but it's fun because it's the same game. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win. So self-logos is the name for the intelligibility and the activity that we're engaging in. So the intelligibility of our activity, the intelligibility of knowing ourselves as pure mind, and if it's caused by the self and able to be apprehended by the self, there must be something inbuilt in the self that causes this creation of the self-logos in experience and understanding, and allows ourselves to experience and learn. So there is something about the self that is even more primarily self-logos. That's the big mystery. So we're not just using reason and reasoning about how to be the best hot dog eater in a hot dog eating contest.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
If that's your kink, I'm not shaming you for it. We're applying that model, reasoning, rationality to ourselves. So self-reflection. That's ousia. We need that word as well. Why is it important to have that word? Well, first of all, it allows you to see what's there. You don't have a word for it, how can you recognize it? It allows you to understand it. If you haven't unified the parts into a whole, you just recognize wheel, handlebars, chain. If you haven't brought those together and said, bike, have you understood the thing? And if you don't have both of those together, how can you use it? Recognize it, see it, use it. That's the importance of naming. This also manifests in philosophical midwifery. So what we are doing now is self-reflecting, ousia, with reason and understanding to apprehend the understandable nature of ourselves and reality, self-logos. But we can apply those balloons, we can apply those two principles to uncovering, identifying, and removing our problems that block us from that very activity. So that's the dialectic applied to philosophical midwifery, giving birth to the false ideas and beliefs we carry that block us. In that activity too, once we see our false beliefs that have been hidden, we bring them into the light by naming them. That's the significance of naming. We've talked about seeing it, understanding it, using it, but also it allows us to address problems. Once we've put a name on it, we have purified our false seeing or brought it into the light where it may have remained unsuspected. We are trying to uncover our unsuspected false beliefs that we take for granted and see through, that cause all human problems individually and collectively. We do that by tracing the effects of our problems in our life to a state of mind or a psyche, and we trace the history of that psyche back to where we first learned it, and then address the same game, actions, the activity of that early scene, the states of mind of the people around us and how they're functioning. What we must have assumed the name was, they're our parents. No, they weren't. Not in that scene. They weren't acting as parents. They are loving. No, they weren't. Not in that scene. They weren't. They knew everything. No, they weren't. Finding the false names we've been carrying and replacing it with the right names or correct names. So that requires a series of guided reflection on what was actually happening, because we have been taking the blame for an injustice against ourselves since childhood. To take the blame, we say, well, it must be our fault. There's something wrong with myself. We accept an image of ourselves, beliefs of ourselves, a role within the family clan. And it's that's manifested in all of our activities. Excuse me. Our functioning. In fact, you could even do a dialectic on it. You could say, this is how you understand. What's the definition? Self itself. How does it function to others, or demonstration? Def. Dem. How does that functioning divide up into all other areas? And as a consequence of that, so self itself, definition, self to another, demonstration or functioning, that functioning to others, division, and other back to self. Notice the two most primary terms of perception, cognition, understanding. The most primary thing you're aware of is yourself. And the most primary distinction you make is other. So if I pinch myself, you don't squeal because I'm other than you. This is significant. We are making use of the two most primary terms in all of its possible ways, which gives us the paradigm of the dialectic. Or the logos, so conclusion. So we trace it back. We start with the conclusion. Where are our failures? Or our blocks? Or repeating problems? That applies individually, but you could also use this as an analogy to understand political and social problems. Repeating, are we still fighting Nazis, for example? Repeating problems. Which must have come from activities in many areas, your relationships, your self-talk, your personal goals, your reading, how often you tune into the stream. So division. So this is the conclusion we end up with. And then we trace this back to states of mind. Why? Because we function through our state of mind. One of the tools of believers, or those which want to justify belief, to get thinkers to stay as a materialist or a strict dualist, modern terms, is to say, hang on a second, everyone's entitled to their beliefs because it doesn't mean anything. Surely people don't see through their beliefs, function through their beliefs. So our beliefs are definitely not causal of anything. That's the exact opposite of the truth. What we have been seeing is beliefs are specifically the cause of human problems. States of mind. is how those beliefs manifest. Our psyche, and it's our state of mind. Hey, when you're feeling crappy, are you less likely to do certain things? Are you more likely to do other things? If you've been oppressed by capitalism and you've been told you have no power, if one of those politicians say, you know, I'll give you an opportunity to have power, you can kidnap and rape a brown person because we're going to give you $50,000 and give you a title ICE, and you don't even have to show your face. If you are oppressed and miserable and feel powerless, will you jump on that opportunity? Sure thing. So we could have predicted through understanding the inevitable consequence of capitalism in Nazi behavior. So long as we recognize that our states of mind are more primarily causal than our activities. Now, in trying to uncover our problems, we go backwards. If we have this as our conclusion, we relate back to ourselves by saying, there we go, I guess I was right all along. I suck. I could never get that goal. Self-fulfilling prophecy, repeating problems and failures and blocks. What was the drama or activity that resulted in that failure? What was the state of mind prior to that, or that you were in when you were functioning in that way? Because we want to get to the primary definition, the self according to itself, the belief and image of yourself. That's even more primary. And we trace that back through these steps or stages, through a kind of question and answering. That's the dialectic. The name for the structure is the self-logos. That includes, in principle, that problems are understandable, has a cause, and is solvable. That's the self-logos. That's the paradigm that we are learning. The activity is called the dialectic. That's the art we're here to master. We trace it backwards to solve our problems, but equally so, it's reflected in the positive. In other words, we can also look at our successes. Our high states or insights. Or our excellences. What was the activity? Hey, welcome! Genevieve, welcome, welcome, welcome.
The primary purpose of pools is not to murder. It is for enjoyment and cooling off.
Just wanted you to know that the primary purpose of pools is to enjoy and cool off, just like the channel. How am I? I'm full of wonder about the fact that our problems are all solvable. And there's only 4 stages you have to go through to understand all problems. Individually, in all areas of your life. And what's really cool is not only can you solve problems by following these 4 steps of reflection, you can understand and realize your highest goals. Because you can also look at the conclusion. Where was your successful conclusions? Where were your high states of mind or insights? You're in a hot tub.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
Bless you and excuse you for being in a hot tub. That's cool. Lucky you. Where did you have success, excellence in your activity or your goal, success in reaching your goal, high states of mind? So that was your conclusion. You relate back to yourself in a better way. That's conclusion. Others back to self. You can trace that back. What were my activities? What was my functioning that resulted in that success? What was, hey, our activities come from our state of mind. What was the state of mind I was in? And what does that tell you about the self? So we can free ourselves from beliefs and images of the self. And also our ultimate goal, the destiny of all people, the destiny of man, all living beings. The true state of self. To know and show oneself. So, what are we doing? We are tracing back through our own understanding, stages or parts that fit together in a pattern that is understandable and follow a hierarchy. That's the logos. We are applying it to ourselves, either our problems or our successes. The two things humans are curious about. We want to be happy. We want to remove our suffering. These are the two primary things we're curious about. So we're making use of the self logos, which is the intelligible pattern. Intelligible is a fancy word that means also knowable, also we seek it, not just rational. Intelligible pattern and model plus ousia, self-reflection. Now, it's important to recognize that this is what we're using, because the big question is, hang on a second, if the excellence in our functioning in the physical world of becoming is this dialectic here. Genevieve, I hope that I sound good. I've got a new mixing board.
So I can speak like this, and I can speak like this. Look at me. Wee.
And I've been trying to improve the audio quality, so I hope I sound good. I hope I'm in helping you enjoy your hot tub experience. I'll turn up the music for you. There you go. Relax. Enjoy the hot tub. Think pleasant thoughts. You're a philosopher in a hot tub. Oh, music stopped. Good thing about this stream is you don't have Spotify ads in between the songs. Which reminds me, buy my Alpha Blast brain pills. Ah, my accent. Oh, the thing is, I don't have an accent. This is how the self sounds.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
You're a philosopher. Enjoy the logos and the hot cup. Bubbles. Ooh. Bubbles. 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 All right, enough of that. You're Canadian, eh?
The more holes, the better.
That's my motto about Canada. So, the interesting thing about this is, our excellence in the physical world of becoming is using those two things that we now have a name for. Now, I don't know if you know this, Genevieve, but there's a huge Twitter beef. Two of the best content creators on the platform, me and Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report, are in a huge beef right now that's breaking the internet. It's broken. Some say. Some are saying. Because I was banned from her Twitter chat room. Which is crazy. And I've decided, I've made a promise, I will not be a guest on Emma's Majority Report until I get permanently unbanned. So I've been permanently banned. The reason I was banned is she has these crazy Gestapo moderators there that are like this.
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to see that.
They're always in their mental health episode. And it's
Talking about a bunch of slop.
they're always talking about a bunch of slop. Because for months and months, Emma and the people on her staff have been talking about the fact that they are suffering the effects of fascism, or that fourth cognitive function, belief, which is in opposition to goodness and benefit, because the modern Democrats are in stage 5. They have no model. I actually listened to a lot of people. I was led to you somehow, but the rest is not a part of my journey. Oh. The Majority Report are alright. They're decent people. They are interested in understanding problems. But of course, you can only go so far until you recognize the logos. In other words, they recognize that there are problems caused in the world, and they do their best to report on it and comment on it. They get guests that have specialized understanding in this or that field. So they talk about, these are the problems we're facing in the world, and especially in America, political problems. The next step is understanding the cause. To understand the cause of something, you have to become aware of what understanding is. That's the logos. Because to understand understanding is specifically a reflection on, through reason steps to find root causes of things. But not just finding the root causes, but these 4 parts. You can't see the root cause unless you can come to a conclusion. If you're blocked from making a conclusion, you will never see. If you don't put a name on something, you won't reach that conclusion. That's the synthesis part. You synthesize. I see some wings, I see a beak, I see some little webbed feet. But until I bring those parts together into a synthesis or unity, and give it a name, I will never see duck. And you can see children going through this. You can see when they say, oh, look, 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 and then they finally get a word for duck, and they'll say duck, and you say, no, that's not a duck, that's an eagle. And then eventually they'll recognize these specific parts and whole, and that's a duck. And now they'll see a new duck in the park, and they'll be super excited that they can point to it and say duck. That's the significance of names. Names or words is one of the essential elements to the logos, and the logos is what we do through understanding. If Emma or anybody doesn't realize that, they will always be blocked from seeing and learning because they're blocked from concluding. So after many years of reflecting on how we function, which is again the same dialectic structure, they've been looking at how human beings function, which is the division stage. They are slowly coming to see that there is a cause behind all of the problems. They won't see it unless they conclude, but they also can't conclude because the conclusion is the root cause behind all of the problems is states of mind. But Emma is seeing it. She's saying, hang on a second, all these ICE agents are already racist, are already stupid, are already sexist, are already seeking an opportunity to play out their injustice that they suffered and they learnt from their parental figures on someone else. That's belief-based cognition. And she's right. Well, she hasn't seen it yet because she can't conclude, because she's got a block, as we all do. That belief, and one of the reasons why she can't conclude is her boss, Sam, is a Jew or has Jewish beliefs and is attached to it. So to conclude that the problems are all beliefs, that means even her beliefs, even her co-worker's belief, and especially even her boss's belief. There's an episode of Nathan Fielding on The Rehearsal where he talks about this is why planes crash. There are pilots who have assistant pilots, and the assistant pilot sees problems, but they don't speak up about it because it challenges the beliefs of their boss. And so planes crash and everyone dies. Same thing here. And they're seeing two things. They're close to seeing two things. One, the root cause of our activities or how we function is through our states of psyche, which means there has to be different kinds of psyche, which means we have to understand the whole of it and the different parts. So we never allow a fascist or a Nazi or a believer of any kind in to politics, and we only let understanding in, just as we only let surgeons do surgery if they understand medicine. You can't say, I've had a few drinks and I'm a confident believer that I'm a surgeon. Give me the scalpel. No, you can't do that. Same thing for politics. A certain state of mind of reason or understanding and a desire to use that understanding of the parts and a knowing of the whole to benefit. States of mind. Also, she's very close to seeing, she is seeing that the reason these believers, these fascists are in power is because the modern Democrats don't have a model. They don't have, Sam calls it a tent pole, Emma calls it principles. And they're right. But just like we've been saying, you need to A, conclude, and B, put a name on it. They don't have the name for the model of justice and understanding. I've been watching them for a long, long time, and it seemed like they were ready to hear it. Or, if not them, the people who've been following along to her channel, maybe there's going to be some people who've also realized for the last several months that the reasons the fascists, number 4, are in charge is The Democrats have no principles, never put up a fight, are continuing to not fight back against the death camps. No principle, no model. In other words, she's very close to seeing that all human beings are either in stage 4, belief, or they've left belief without discovering the Logos and Usia, because the Logos is the paradigm or model that she has been saying we need, but they can't see it yet because they haven't learnt it. Usia is applying it to ourselves in the most meaningful way. Self-reflection, Usia, and the Logos. So I said, hey, by the way, you're dead on the ball. Here is the name for the model. And as soon as I did that, Emma's crazy Gestapo Nazi Twitch moderators, who are insane, banned me. No words, no conversation, no Logos. They are the very state of being of the fascists that she's been speaking up against. Why? Because belief is about authority to inflict injustice. That's why billionaires want people to starve. That's why Trump tries to kill people. That's why Dick Cheney was a torturer and mass murderer. Belief functions to get people, to propel people to get into a position of authority over others so they can pretend to be a knower, which is number 2, pretend to have understanding, which is number 3, but all they are doing is imitating cruelty, sadism. That's her Twitch chat. The very thing that she has been fighting against is her Twitch moderators. No words, just you're banned. No reflection. How long have you been in the channel? What's your expertise? By the way, was what you are saying correct? It was correct. Was it beneficial? It was beneficial. Was it relevant to what she was saying? It was relevant to what she was saying. Has she been ready for it for a while? In other words, is her own stage of development relative to the whole of human progress appropriate to what you were sharing? Very much so. I've been super patient. None of that, just fuck you, you're banned permanently. That's Emma Vigeland's Twitch chat moderator. So we're in this huge beef that the internet is going crazy about right now.
Freaks.
Because they're freaks.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
And they're anti-feminist in some way. Because this is the same with sexism. Oppress women, why? What's the principle? Shut up. So same thing. That's why there's this huge beef. But also it demonstrates the significance of what we're reading. Because what we're getting is that same kind of functioning that I was doing my best to share with Emma.
That one's perfect. Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
That she thinks is perfect if she listened and would bless me for, is how our dreams communicate to us. Recognizing what cognitive stage you are. But the Dream Master, to be able to recognize what cognitive stage you are, has to recognize the whole of the model, the Logos. That all I did was say, by the way, the name of the model is the self-Logos. I know it's weird because it's a word you're not familiar with, but it's the word, it's the name. Ban. You have to be aware of the whole of our spiritual development towards our whole goal, but also what part you're in. Whole and part of your soul's journey, of the cognitive functions, of the Logos itself. So you can also recognize what part they are in and what's the next part they need to learn for their development. For Emma, with understanding, it's concluding. The model is the self-Logos, a name for the model they've been seeking, which has the potential to elevate them from 5. There's no understanding of problems. We just have to let the fascists do fascism. Oh well, I guess we all die. That's strict dualists. That's the establishment Democrats. the modern left. If she has a name, she has the potential to elevate her across this line that we are specifically here to evolve through as individuals, as humans in the stage of development. The line of Logos and Usia. Oh shit, there is a paradigm. I just don't know it yet. That's okay, you can learn. I don't charge anything for what I do, and I try and stream every day. And I don't have a big following yet, so you can ask questions. You can fucking learn. You don't have to ban me. Emma, huge beef with Emma right now.
Freaks.
Freaks.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
Oh boy, that is a little weird.
It's a little weird. But we wouldn't say, hey, by the way, and also understanding problems, she's very close to recognizing the root cause of human problems is this. 4 and 5, or beliefs, or strict dualists. Strict dualists as creating the conditions and believers creating the cause. Understanding is the solution. She's kind of been doing it her whole life. That's her job. She just doesn't know what it is she's doing because she doesn't have a name for it, because we don't have it in English. This is significant. The author of the book we're reading was asked to give a talk on philosophy in Russia. He went to one of the biggest universities in Russia, gave a talk, and says, here's the thing about philosophy. You Russians can't do it. You can't do philosophy. So you have to be content with poetry. The reason why is they don't have a word for the. They don't have the specific the. Philosophy is realizing, hey, the many that we see in the physical world of becoming a beautiful streamer, a beautiful puppy, a beautiful painting. These are all expressions of a manyness, but you can't get into philosophy unless you ask the question, not what is a beautiful thing, what is the beautiful itself. That's philosophy. Understanding and knowing beauty itself. Beauty is one of the aspects of the paradigm that Emma and her staff need to see, and I shared, but I got banned, so I'm in a huge beef with Emma right now.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
Is what we should say to Emma, because she's gone crazy with, well, her Twitch moderator has gone crazy with power. She needs to ban him and permanently unban me forever. Otherwise, I won't go on her show. I don't care if she begs and cries. That's my stipulation. So they don't have a word for the. So they can never ask the question, what is the beautiful? So they can't do philosophy. They're stuck. If you can't do philosophy, you can't solve your problems. You will be in repeating cycles of repeating problems. That's called suffering. Your conclusion will be inevitable. If you have this problem and it can't be solved, see, pain is one thing, but pain ends. Like, you can have pain at a dentist, but you choose it because you end up better off. Suffering is when there's no consequence. You don't get out of it, and you don't get anything beneficial. This is what happens if you don't have the logos. Suffering. Because our root problems cause an inevitable failure, that's understandable, but if you don't have understanding, you won't see it. Our inevitable failures or blocks or repeating problems, here our conclusion. Without philosophy, you are in fate, a predictable, negative, painful, suffering outcome. All because you don't have the word, the. Not only can you not remove your problems, you can't do spirituality. Spirituality isn't an opinion, it's experiencing the nature of reality, the nature of mind, the beautiful. the justice itself for Emma, needed for politics. And beyond that, the self. So there are two fundamental kinds of spiritual encounters. There's knowing the mind in being and its cause, the self. And that's where we are in the book. We're wondering, how can the self cause, the self which transcends all qualities, be the cause of the mind? Because the mind is described in the highest positives: pure justice, the just, the beautiful, the truth. These are the highest positive descriptors, and it's experienceable in nous, or knowledge with a capital K. But that causes the world of becoming, and all of those positives we make use of step by step through time. That's understanding. So if Emma is doing better than other people with her Majority Report channel because she is engaging in understanding, while politicians and mainstream media are lying to manipulate people through their beliefs and images, she needs to recognize what she's doing and the paradigm that she is using. And as we're saying with this Russian example, you can't see that and you can't do that unless you have the word for it. So while it's good to report on the problems caused by false beliefs, and even talk to experts to gain new ideas of what they could have done differently, there's going to come a point where she's going to have to say, well, I'm fucking sick of all this suffering. Let's solve the problem. What is the root cause about what I do that makes me good? And what is the root cause behind what they do that causes all this suffering and injustice? Logos. This movement through causes is the use of the logos through understanding. The distortion of the logos, the pathologos, is the functioning of belief. The logos also is the system that accounts for those different cognitive functions. You can't be an NBA coach unless you know that there's a center, there's a power forward, there's a small forward, there's a point guard, and there's a shooting guard. They are 5 different things on the court. You can't be a coach that can solve basketball problems and create basketball excellence unless you know the whole set and each of the parts. Equally so, you can't be a political streamer or self-guru, teacher, dialectician unless you know the whole set of the self-logos and its individual parts, or selfers. The whole, or the paradigm, is called the self-logos as a whole. Its individual parts are called the selfers. Beauty, the beautiful, the just, the truth. Also the whole, the part, the same, the different, the like, the unlike, the limited, the unlimited, the rest of the motion, the out of time, and the in time. You need both. You can't go on a hunt to learn for them if you don't know the word. I shared the word, and Crazy Emma's crazy Twitch moderators banned me permanently. I had to wait a day to appeal my ban. Within 1 second, the ban was rejected. They didn't even reflect on my ban appeal. I said what I said was true, relevant, reflecting what they were saying, beneficial, and the ethos of their whole channel is to be open to new learning and understanding, and not blocking people from conversation. Pretty good ban appeal, right? Wrong. I was banned.
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that.
To her Twitch moderators having their mental health episode.
Or much.
And their
They're
pause
completely lying to you. They're completely lying.
completely lying. So, that's the huge drama that's going crazy on the internet right now. But also that's the significance of what we've been reading. Because we are learning a new language, Usia and Logos. Now, that was a demonstration of what we're defining. A demonstration of the principle of words and keeping the conversation alive and being open and receptive, just as we need to have an open, receptive attitude towards the conversation between our dream maker and us. Because all of those things I just outlined I was doing with Emma is the functioning of our dream master to us. It recognizes your problem. It recognizes your block. It has a patience. It presents you a message relevant to what you need to see next. It also must have a apprehension of the whole of spiritual development, the whole of your life. I don't know the whole of Emma's life, but I've been watching for a long time. But also the parts. So the whole of spiritual development, also the stages, whole and part. The whole of states of mind, also all the individual ones. The whole of cognitive functions, the paradigm of dualists, belief, understanding, knowing, and the self. In particular, the parts that we are here to move from, humans are here to move from belief to understanding. That's our next stage of evolution. The Dream Master also knows the whole of your life. So not only does it recognize your problem, but it can present you a artistic, dramatic, mythological representation of your problem, so you can trace your problem from your past from your present to your past and escape your negative future. It also must know your reincarnations, the whole of your soul's journey through many reincarnations. Also must know the reason for your present incarnation, the ultimate purpose of life and what stage you're at, and all human problems and your individual one. That's our Dream Master. Don't be like Emma's crazy Twitch moderators and ban what is the most important voice in your life, the voice of your dream maker. So everything I was describing is my practice of looking for the best people like Emma.
Making ice cream is a good and courageous thing.
And other people who live on our soundboard.
Okay. Okay.
Who would be most open and receptive to learning because they've got a good heart and a good head. They've got a good head for understanding, and they've got a desire to care for others. And use this model of the whole and a recognition of the parts to present that as best I can through words and naming, and provided I get into if there's an opportunity for a dialectic itself, they do the naming and the word giving. I ask the questions. There are certain words that need to be introduced because it's not in our language, like Logos and Usia, so they can grow and benefit. And then as they benefit, they can turn around and do the same. I learned this from someone. I had to go through this stuff. It was my job to turn around through this channel and music and help others. By the way, I'm starting my music streaming on Jed Phoenix Music on Twitch. Check it out if you want to support me. Still figuring it out, but I'm getting better each time, and one day it'll be lovely. I appreciate anyone supporting. So that's what we're at. We want to understand what the dream, our own dream maker has. Oh, spam.
And this is spam.
Spam.
Further fill the internet with spam and AI slop.
AI slop.
It is spam. They are trying to convince them to flood the internet with spam.
That's you, Furious Grip.
Who's an AI guy?
So now you're an AI guy.
I'm a human. I don't listen to robots.
Not listening to
But
you,
you
robot.
shut up. You shut the
shut
hell
up.
You don't talk to me, you robot. Shut up.
Shut up, robot.
But that's funny. It's like the whole business model is like, hey, we can trick the platforms, and then hopefully we can trick people into thinking that these are real people to do like this.
That's your business model, Spam. That's who the Twitch moderators of Emma from Majority Report should be doing, stopping the spam like I did, not the anti-spam. So, what does our Dream Maker have? Because this Dream Maker not only communicates to us individually as a part, but represents itself as the whole, the model of excellence we are seeking to move into. Don't we want to recognize the whole, or have a state of mind of the whole of eternity? That's mind knowing the mind. So Russians need to add the English word the. And there are some children who are like, have Russian parents but grow up English. And they'll sometimes look for the word the and they'll put it in. And they can be mocked because they're speaking weird and they're not doing the family belief tradition thing. But it's important to add that word in. Just as it's important for us to have the word for croissant from the French, and in particular the logos, which is the model of understanding, which is what we are here to master through the dialectic, through parts in time. So all of those lesser, so there's a lesser and greater in each of the pairs. Part and whole. Parts is understanding. Understanding breaks down the differences in the different elements to bring it all together into a unity. We can use understanding to address our blocks or limits. It's the use of the self logos is in time, and it's our highest motion. That's a cool thing now. When someone's cool, you've got motion. This is the ideal of motion or activity or movement. So it's the ideal functioning in our physical world as people play out their problems, causing all this injustice, or Hades. Hades is Earth, according to the book we're reading, because of all the injustices that we have here, played out from our previous lives. So we bring with us the conditions for hell on earth in our reincarnation, and we only reincarnate because we haven't done this. It's not just unless there's also an opportunity to remove our problems and reach the good, so learning has to necessarily be involved in reincarnation. This is the learning we're here to do. Therefore, the meaning of life. Whereas not only does the Dream Maker have to know the parts and you as a part, but the whole and humanity as a whole. So this gives us what we have learned about Hercules, the ideal or the greatest hero. He is in Hades with the shadows most excellently. That's understanding or the dialectic. His state of mind is feasting at the same time with the gods in heaven. That's the whole. So we need the word self, logos, and ousia, because those are the two primary things we make use of in understanding, or the self logos in parts and time and motion and all the others. That's our excellence in the physical world. It's also a meditation, so it provides us the conditions for walking through or jumping through that gate to experience the self logos as a whole. That's enlightenment, or that's eternity, or that's knowing with a capital K, or nous in Greek. That's where the model is. That's where the thes are. All of the adjectives that we have, like beauty and justice, we see as a noun in here. So that's the whole and the parts that the dream maker must have. But don't you want it? Don't you want to have excellence in this world? Don't you want to have the ideal state of mind? And by the way, you don't want a state of mind that comes and goes. You want something that can last. If this is an experience, all experiences have a beginning, middle, and end. If you truly want an eternal nature, you have to go realize, hang on a second, if this is ousia and self-logos as parts in time, if this is ousia and self-logos as a whole out of time or eternity, what are the two things we've been learning this whole time? Ousia and logos. Therefore, there is something unique about the ousia and self-logos that we are here to recognize about the nature of self. It has to be beyond experience, understandable, but beyond understanding for it to be the cause of understanding. That's the significance of these two key words. It's what we've been learning and experiencing the whole time. In every single experience, including spiritual experiences, all of our problems is a distortion of ousia and logos, our pathologos, false beliefs and images of self, and a stagnant ousia that doesn't allow for learning and development. You can't learn more than Jesus. You can't, the bullshit you got from religion, from your family growing up, you can't change. If you do step out of the family, they get pissed and they will attack you, mock you, ignore you, exile you, and under certain circumstances, even kill you. That's the nature of human problems. A blind ousia, a stagnant ousia, a loyalty to ignorance or pathologos. So all problems also require ousia and self-logos to recognize, because it's the distortion that is the nature and cause of all human problems. So both ousia and self-logos is a nature, the nature of pure being, the nature of understanding or human excellence, dialectic, and the nature of human problems in its reflected distortion. It's also the activity. Even in this oneness experience, there is a dynamism.
Where's the passion, dude? Where's the soul?
Soul knowing itself. It's here. This is where the soul is. So there is a life or activity that you can recognize. In fact, that gives us the primary triad of all metaphysics. Metaphysics is understanding all of those thus, all of the thus. In the nature of reality, that's the cause of our physical reality and the building blocks of understanding and perception and experience. So that's what metaphysics is, studying the parts or the aspects of this. Representing them with figures is theology. Making your own story is spreading that metaphysics or theology, mythology. Therefore, mythology is one of the four aspects of the art we're all here to learn. The dialectic can be used to reach the truth, ousia and logos all the way up, remove what's false, ousia, self-reflection on our pathologos, using the self-logos to discover our false ousia and false logos. What we're doing now is realizing that you need dream analysis for both. You need to use the dialectic to unpack the meaning of your dreams, and you can share it with others in mythology. Unless, of course, Emma's gone crazy and got the worst Twitch chat moderators of all time, in which case there's going to be a huge internet beef.
They're completely lying to you. Yeah. They're completely lying.
Because you have to be receptive to that mythology. Every dream is a mythology. meaning our dream maker ourselves, or itself, is the model of excellence. Because while it has the whole of being, whole of states of mind, whole of cognitive functioning, the nature of justice and beauty itself, while it recognizes where you are in time as parts, it itself uses both to function providentially, meaning it transcends both, meaning it is somehow an expression from or functioning of self, the inherent ousia and self logos of self that functions providentially to facilitate others to awaken ousia and logos using pure mind or the mind to all the many, which is of course our ideal state ourselves. Can we recognize the self, function through a state of mind of excellence of being, and function most excellently through the dialectic in time? Hercules, or if you're a lady, Penelope, the ideal woman. Mythology, that all that we just said, you can synthesize into a name, Hercules or Penelope. So all of that manyness you can take together and build into an image, give it a name like duck for a little kid, and you can point to excellence. That's what I'm looking for. That's my goal. That's my true nature of self. And if you have a word for it, you can do it. That's what I was trying to share with Emma. That's why we're in such a huge beef, and why I'm right. And why I refuse to go on her channel until she permanently unbans me and gets rid of that moderator for a better moderator who's not crazy, who's not
Unbelievable sluts these days.
He's not an unbelievable slut of power these days.
Absolutely.
They're absolutely gooped. So that's what we're after. To somehow know ourselves. But that's also why we need these. Oh, by the way, I was mentioning metaphysics. The aspects of being have a existence, have a power, have an activity. Now we're saying that ousia and self-logos have an activity, dynamic nature, the dialectic. It's the nature of the dialectic, it's the nature of mind. It also has an existence. We want to know what kind of existence it has up here. So we could loosely say, hey, maybe the power that it uses, our dreams or Hercules or our dream maker, can't function in its activity unless it has some sort of power of mind, of knowing the whole, that transcends the physical world so it never loses its power, so it can give dreams to everyone on the planet for all time, like 4 or 5 a night, without diminishing its power. So we can play. This is how we can play to find our puzzle is, how do we see the self? The most immediate thing, the most primary thing. Before you make any divisions, you say there's me, there's the self, and then there's everything else that's not me, self and other. We make use of self and other for dialectic. So dialectic is the highest terms used in the highest way. But what is the self? And if self and other can be seen as a division, is there a way of bringing self and other together? So, could we say activity we could apply to the world of becoming? Power? In which case, what is the ruler or the existence kind of ousia and self-logos, that's not in time with understanding, that's not eternal with states of mind, but transcends both in a curious way. Because without that, how can we recognize the self? It doesn't have qualities because it's the cause of qualities. It doesn't have a sound or sight in the physical world because it's the cause of being, which is the cause of the physical world. It can't even be experienced as a state of mind because it's the cause of states of mind, including the ideal state of mind, or the highest aspect of being, the self-logos, or the highest aspect of state of mind, self-reflection through a state of mind, our state of psyche, is the self-logos. Why is that? If there's beauty and justice and whole and part and same and different, these are differences that exist as a oneness, sure, but you can hierarchically arrange them. You can intellectually understand it after your spiritual experience, or to use a love example, because you can play out each of these stages of development in loving relationships. After you have the peak experience when making love, there's the afterglow, provided it's a love and logos-based relationship, where you can put words on what happened. It's the understanding we can take with us. It's the understanding we're here to learn. Understanding we can take with us while experiences have a beginning, middle, and end. So after we have that experience, or even just learning about it from others, why not? We can put words on it, understand it, which means there has to be an understandable nature of everything in it, a hierarchical arrangement of terms, meaning for there to be justice and beauty and harmony and goodness and truth and self and different, same and different, etc. More primarily, there has to be some principle of that intelligible unfolding into parts, meaning the highest aspect of ousia in being or states of mind is the self-logos. So that's interesting because the highest human activity is the self-logos through the dialectic, through ousia, through time, encouraging people to self-reflect on themselves, ousia, with the dialectic. The self-logos is the hyparxis, or fullest flowering. Hyparxis is a kick-ass word. It just means the fullest flowering, but also it's the thing that has one foot in both worlds. Ousia and self-logos. Also, in being, it seems from our reasoned reflection that the highest aspect is also the intelligibility or the self-logos aspect of reality, meaning it's the peak and the transition to the next. Meaning ousia with self-logos, the activity we're learning here to master, the purpose of all human beings, the meaning of life, the highest, hey, if this is ousia as a state of mind, the highest kind of ousia in being is the self-logos. So what kind of ousia do we have of the self, and how can the self-logos be it? Because again, it has a foot in both worlds. The hyparxis or fullest flowering has one kind of expression here, but a higher kind on a different dimension. So, what kind of ousia do we have? What kind of nature and activity, ousia, do we have in the physical world? Thinking through parts and time. Understanding. What kind of ousia do we have in the realm of being? Our consciousness or state of mind. Mind itself. Which is as not parts in time like understanding, but the whole and out of time. So those are the two questions. What kind of ousia, what kind of reflecting upon itself is the self, considering it's not parts and it's also not a whole of parts? And how can we see the self-logos in that too? In other words, how does the inherent self-logos or the inherent intelligibility of self and reality express as the hyparxis or excellence in this kind of ousia? So those are the three words we want. Ousia, power. What kind of power? What kind of nature? Logos, what kind of self-logos? Activity. And of course, the principle of hyparxis at the top. Now, how do we have those words? It's by recognizing that people like Emma are better than people like Trump. People like Emma are better, and okay, that's first a recognition, but then you have to do the ousia, the self-reflection. What makes her better? Because she wants to understand. Whereas others want to reject. Beliefs are not neutral. To accept a belief, you also have to accept a rejection of your own understanding. If you understand something, why the fuck would you believe the guy in the big hat? And all the bullshit, sadistic torture that priests and kings have done to people for thousands of years. You wouldn't. You see it for yourself. Beliefs are in conflict. So those self-logos aspects we can use to understand the nature of those cognitive functions. So, modern Dems, the thing that Emma needs the word self-logos to see the problem of and go beyond their problem and be even better than what she is now, is a disconnection between whole and parts. Hey, I just have an opinion. There's no paradigm, or as Sam says, tent pole or principle. Disconnection, the modern left. A conflict, I'm a part and I want to blow up the whole of humanity. I'm unlike the brown people and I want to fight people who talk like Mumdani, who talk about likeness or how we're the same. I'm blocked and I hate people who are free. That's believers or the right wing. A conflict, that's the jaggedy line. What we've been talking about is our ideal state of being a person, have the state of mind of the whole and the functioning in time providentially with intelligence and care. That's providence. Number 3, understanding. Say same terms, different relationship. So these are truths that are always going to be true. It's not an opinion. Any race that evolves ousia, self-reflection, and language, the ability to participate in the patterns that exist in reality, any life being, any alien race in any galaxy, this is going to be true. Therefore, it's the kind of learning and nurture we are specifically here to do, because it's the only thing we can take with us, because it's the only thing that's eternal. Therefore, the meaning of life. So 3 is a providential connection between both, just like belief is a anti-providential disconnection between, conflict between both. And number 5, dualists are a disconnection between both. And number 2, knowledge is the greatest whole with the greatest parts, so the greatest positives together as a oneness or unity. So again, same terms. What does that mean? The same self-logos, but different relationships, different ousia connections, because these are self-ers. It's self-whole and self-part. Ousia is self-reflection. How does self turn about to know itself? Through disconnection, causing the problems of the establishment Dems that fight against Mumdani and AOC and Bernie Sanders because they talk about benefiting the whole. Fuck you, I want to get my bag, says Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. 5, strict dualists. That's a kind of ousia, a sick one. Belief, another kind of sick, stagnant ousia. I'm only the negative and I'm at war with the positive. The root cause of all human problems individually and globally. That's what is unleashed. It's that exact kind of human problem through this kind of human cognitive function that's unleashed by politicians and kings and clergy, priests and politicians, people who don't have to have understanding, don't have to have a model, don't have to benefit. I believe it, God says so, or the law says so. Hey, Dick Cheney recently died. He was fucking torturing people to death because of his sickness, his sick ousia in conflict between bad and good. What did he say? I get to do it because it's the law. Religion has been torturing and killing people, even their own followers, especially if they're women, for generations and generations and generations. The only thing that they have to justify it is my beliefs are God's beliefs. All human collective problems is our individual problems, our personal false beliefs or pathologos projected onto the whole by saying God says so or the law says so. Kings and clergy, the only professions left where you can just believe it so you become the leader. The most stupid and ignorant and harmful cognitive functions and kinds of soul, believers become leaders. And you won't see any of that, even though it's obvious and simple. Look, we got one picture that explains it. So easy, so simple, so clear. If you don't have a word for it, logos, you won't see it. Logos or self-logos is the whole, selfers is the parts. You need to see both. That's why I'm in a huge beef with Emma and why I'm right and I need to be unbanned. Otherwise, I won't go on the majority report.
They're secretly turned on by it.
And secretly turn on Emma, maybe. I don't know. That's a bit weird.
He better not. But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
Yeah, well, I'm not AI.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
I'm disgusted by
Okay,
AI.
go ahead.
Okay. So, strict disconnection. Conflict between the lesser against the better. State of mind of the better or the greater. Functioning intelligently and caringly or providentially to the parts for understanding. Knowing is the highest positives of both. So, finally, what's the state of self? It's going to be the same self-logos, but it's going to be expressed in a different kind of ousia. We've got two sick ones. The Dems and the Republicans, 5 and 4. You've got two good ones. Hey, by the way, there's a beauty in this. There's a symmetry here. Those two bad ones here, dualists, disconnection, massive difference, and belief. There's a pattern. Believers rule. The Republicans always push around the Democrats. The Nazi fascists do Nazi fascist things, while the modern Dems say, oh, we're just little small beans. We can never do anything. We can never solve problems. Oh, well, I'll just get rich and own and become a landlord. Yes, and exploit people. There's a ruler and a follower. Just as this line that we are here to cross as human beings, where we pick up true ousia and self-logos, not its sick, distorted reflection. This is a line of reflection. Distorting reflection, but it's a line of reflection. Meaning, as 4 is to 5, in other words, materialists or dualists come from people who get raised in belief and say, if these Republicans are saying that's justice, or my parents from their religion say that's God, and it's bullshit, there must be no model of justice and there must be no model of God. That's a response. You leave it without addressing the harm that you've suffered. So 4 is a ruler of 5. The Republicans always push around the Democrats. until we wake up to the self-logos and ousia. We need those two words. Don't ban me because it's not a word you're familiar with. Emma's chat moderators. Huge beef with Emma right now. The drama has gone viral. It's crazy. So there's a line of reflection, which means two, or pure knowledge, is reflected into understanding. In other words, that model of justice and beauty and intelligibility is what's reflected in understanding. Where does whole, if you understand things by following the logos, whole, part, same, and everything you've ever seen or thought has been the same as something, in that it's a thing, and different, in that it's a different thing, and a whole and part. You can do it for all of these self terms. Where do they exist? If every experience, perception, and thought has used them, where's the filing cabinet? That's how understanding follows the paradigm. So, we recognize that Emma is better than most content creators because she has understanding. Then we ask the question, what is understanding? That can move us from 4 and 5 into 3, understanding. Then we have to do the same thing. What's the principle or cause, the model or principle or tent pole that they've been gagging for a long time because they identify that's why the Dems have the problems? What's the cause or model or paradigm of what makes us the best people? Where does understanding come from? Being, or mind itself. Isn't that interesting? 2 and 3 is reflected in 4 and 5. Distorted reflection. And you can have fun with this. What else do we know about 2? Well, it's the paradigm. Do believers distort the paradigm? They claim they have a paradigm, but it's just bullshit. White supremacy or billionaires or capitalism or some bullshit. Yeah. What's understanding? Breaking that paradigm down into parts so you can use it providentially and beneficially to benefit yourself and all living beings. Oh, pretty neat. Is 5, modern Dems or strict dualists, also breaking it down into parts? Yep. But what's the difference? Oh, no paradigm. Only parts. You've heard of OnlyFans. Number 5 is only parts.
He better not.
Where's the passion, dude? Where's the soul?
Well, you're doing your best.
So that's fun. So we can see, so there is an inherent beauty and symmetry within the parts of the whole that we can play with here. 2 and 3 reflected into 4 and 5. But we also need those 2 key terms, ousia and logos, to recognize the differences. Because it's the same self-logos, but different relationship. Same self-pairs, different way they come about into a unity. Same self-logos, different kind of ousia. So those 2 key words are the 2 key essences of every dimension of reality, just expressed same and differently. So what? So we need to look for the self-logos behind each of these versions of ousia. Pause on that thought. I need to take a piss. All right. So what? Well, what are we doing? We're taking the terms, self-logos, from the text and we are reflecting on them. Need both. So this stream is a kind of ousia on the self-logos of the book. That's why it's so important to read a book written by a master. Or our dreams, because the same level of understanding of the whole of the self-logos and its parts, our dream master also has. But this book is an example of it too. So what? So same and difference. We're playing with same and difference. Same self-logos terms, different relationship. Self-logos and what's different, ousia. So each of these different levels are a different ousia through which the same self-logos, same and different. Now, also there's a same and difference because there is this distortion line, reflection line. Belief is the same as knowing in that it's the model. Only the distortion removes the true ousia and self-logos and puts in the pathologos beliefs, and ousia are stagnant. Enough ousia for a zombie to say the same script. Brains. If you've ever seen a right-wing podcaster like Ben Shapiro, they're on a script. They're like AI-generated slop to appeal to the ignorant beliefs of the masses to serve the worldview of the oppressive pathologos of the billionaires. Like they just use the Mumdani got elected in New York. Islamist, Marxist, anti-Israel. Nothing about anything they said was correct. He's not far left. He's not far left. He's far right. He's just not extreme fascist right. He's not addressing the problems of capitalism. He's putting band-aids over them. That's far right. Not as far right as you fascists. In other words, none of the words apply. They're like AI-generated keywords that they repeat on a loop. Zombies. All they can say is the same fucking bullshit catchphrases. Brains on a loop. No self-reflection, no development, stagnant. Whereas this kind of ousia isn't stagnant. It improves, it grows, it turns on itself, it can level up. So what? So there is a same and difference happening here in a line of reflection. Only there's this key distortion. So in this distortion, there's a removal of key elements. We want to find those key elements that are removed. Why? Because we want to know the self. In other words, there is likely to be, again, it's a hypothesis, we don't know until we see it. There's likely to be another line of symmetry here. Hello. This one. Make it thick. That's what she said.
So like not only have you been wrong on like 3 or 4 different things at once, which is already offensive enough, but you did it in the most annoying way.
No, I haven't.
Talking about a bunch of slop.
Oh my goodness.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
It's anti-feminist to criticize me. So there's likely to be another line of symmetry here, because something had to create the self-logos and ousia version of knowledge, and equally so understanding, just as that's 2 and 3, just as 2 and 3 are reflected into 4 and 5. We're looking for samenesses and differences. So the sameness could be, well, at each level, the hyparxis is self-logos. You only escape your beliefs when you develop the self-logos and participate in the self-logos through philosophical midwifery. You don't escape your strict dualism unless you participate in the self-logos and realize that there is a model. And you can even read it in your Twitch chat if I get unbanned. That model is called the self-logos. In other words, the hyparxis of every level is self-logos. Only the different levels are categorized by different ousia. So our question is, what kind of ousia and how can we, what's the question about self-logos? How can we see and function? Let's say, yeah, maybe. How can we see and function through the self-logos using that ousia? Move that over a little bit. Using that ousia. Because that's our principle of hyparxis. Which is principle of hyparxis. This is why understanding hyparxis is necessary for each level. When you graduate from modern Dems 5 dualists, you have to reflect on what made the change. Because there was some high functioning within that level that allowed you to level up and upgrade. Which you can encourage others to participate in, but you have to recognize it's a principle. It applies to, you can only help others through it because it's a principle that applies universally. But also, you need to use it for the next level. That's the significance of a principle. Equally so, what kind of ousia were you engaged in when you left belief? And what was the functioning, or what kind of self-logos functioning did you reach to leave it, the hyparxis? Now we have an answer to this. One of the causes of human problems is we need ousia and self-logos for development. But belief specifically blocks ousia and self-logos. Don't reflect on yourself, be a good follower. MAGA, Christian, Jew, Muslim, Scientologist, whatever, Nazi. Be a follower. Follower to mummy and daddy in the house. Ooh. Who are cosplaying King Priest of the house. But within that, there is still has to be a kind of ousia and a kind of self-logos that you can still make use of. There is a level of ousia that maintains your problems. There's a level of self-logos that allows you to function in the everyday world to keep your problems going, to be a loyal Christian or a loyal MAGA or a loyal Smith or Anderson or Jones. So we need to find, so therefore we need to ask the question, what color? This one. What higher, or what, let's say what activity can make use of the current kind of Usia and logo self logos present. For belief, it's philosophical midwifery. In other words, there is a level of Usia to keep problems alive. Yeah, it's non-being, but let's say keep problems alive. That we can make use of in philosophical midwifery. In other words, you have problems and they suck and there's something keeping them alive. There's a kind of Usia that has a kind of intelligibility. It follows the self-logos pattern. Wrong terms. It's the false image of beauty, the false image of excellence and stuff, but false terms, but same pattern. That we make use of in philosophical midwifery. So if all human beings necessarily come in to a clan, a family clan, getting beliefs, which are the cause of human problems, but you specifically have these problems so you can learn how to address them and remove any false image about yourself that prevents your further spiritual development, philosophical midwifery is the name of the activity that makes use of it. Meaning it's the only thing that solves problems for individuals. Meaning it's, well, you could say, well, that's the meaning of life, but, or kind of. It's the activity everyone needs to be engaged in. Everyone. So it's at least the most crucial step. So it's the most important activity. Because it's the activity that makes use of the level of Usia and level of intelligibility that exists in belief, causing you problems, but you can reflect on your problems to solve them in philosophical midwifery. So what? So we're looking for the kind of Usia and the manifestation of the self-logos in each level. There's a kind of Usia keeping you loyal to your ignorance here, and there is a kind of empty or disconnected self-logos here. Usia here, keeping you not loyal to anything, but retaining the position that there is no loyalty, there is no model. So what kind of Usia is here in understanding? What kind of Usia is here in knowing? How can we look for the self-logos expression in both, in each, in all? How can we look at the symmetry between these? So a kind of reflection on a loyalty to no conclusions, a kind of self-reflection and a loyalty to bad conclusions, belief, a kind of reflection upon and a loyalty to true conclusions, and a kind of immediately, entirely, completely self-connected in knowing. Each stage we look for the highest expression of the self-logos in each. For example, even strict dualists use language, or like science, what are the scientific axioms that you need to use to be a materialist? Even if you think there's just a physical world, there's no paradigm or principle. Hang on a second. Law of gravity, law of electromagnetism, 1 and 1 is 2. So that's an expression of the highest expression of the self-logos that can take you from a lover of learning to philosophy. Allow you to upgrade from 5 to 3. Across that line of symmetry. Equally so, as we just described, there is the use of self-logos in philosophical midwifery to make use of the problems that you have. Are you curious about them? That allows you to move from 4 to either 3 or 4. So you can make this jump from 4 to insight experiences. What we've been seeing in dream analysis is that dreams can give you high states of mind that reflect 2, or give you problems about your states of mind that reflect your false beliefs. Those are the 2 big ones. So you can jump from 4 to 2 in dream analysis and midwifery, or 4 to 3, a stepwise jump. The kind of usia of understanding is a reflection on a higher principle. This is just as dualists are a reflection on a non-principle that we make use of to come to true conclusions, allowing understanders to midwife believers out of problems, but also allow understanding to be used as a guru, a true teacher. So, hey, by the way, don't you want to reflect and understand, on problems, but also what's the true nature of yourself and mind and reality? So a self-reflection on principles to come to true conclusions, just as 5 is a self-reflection on non-principles to come to no conclusions. Democrat. Modern establishment Dem. There is a immediate, or not immediate, but a turning upon oneself to know the nature of reality in knowledge. Just as, so we're looking for its sameness and difference in belief, the turning about upon the false nature of reality, the false model, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, Joseph Smith, L. Ron Hubbard, Donald Trump, Netanyahu, the false paradigm of truth. Immediately, no thinking needed, no thinking allowed. Equally so, there's no thinking necessarily in, well, there doesn't have to be any thinking. Oh, that's a tricky one. It's an all-at-once experience of knowledge immediately, so there's an immediate knowing. Just as you don't have to even ask Christian anything. I know the truth. Well, you're an idiot. I know I'm smartest in the world. How can you be the dumbest person in class, but claim to know the most about reality? I don't have to think. It's Jesus. So stupid. So an immediate knowingness. What's the next? What's the next one up? How is there a movement upon principles here And would that mean that there is a step beyond the one self that's an immediate knowing? And what's the highest or hyparxis self-logos of that? All right, so there's a self-reflection ousia in dualists that hits a limit. Understanding is unlimited. You can always improve your understanding. There's a different kind of ousia. Where you feel like you already know it all at once, but it's wrong. Belief. Just as understanding. Okay. Yeah. Understanding is a turning about kind of ousia, but it's infinite. But you do reach a conclusion. You reach conclusions. But it's infinite. Whereas this isn't a conclusion, it's an all at once. And it's truth. Just as belief isn't all at once, you don't think. In other words, they give you the conclusions so you don't reflect, you just already know. So if you ever talk to a believer, they say, oh yeah, so what reason do you have to believe whatever religion you happen to be in? Oh, I just know it in my heart. It's an immediate thing. It's like, I have an intimate relationship with Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Joseph Smith, Xenu, Zeus. Can't all be right. You can all be wrong though. So what kind of reflection to a conclusion is here? And what kind of an all at once is here? Meaning, as the book said we needed to do, we need to find a 10th term in the hypotheses of Parmenides. What kind of an immediate knowingness is hypothesis 0 or -1? Or what do we say, 10th? We'll say 10th just for fun. So those are the levels of ousia. I thought we would be reading today, but fuck that. We're onto something here. I mean, you know, I shouldn't say fuck that. That's a bit unnecessary, but I think we're onto something here. Because this was all comes down to why was it worth and necessary to have the words logos and ousia? We need to cross the line of true self logos and ousia here and recognize that the nature of problems is a distorted version. But also we want to keep going. So we can ask the question, how is the self logos used in each of these? And how is self logos best used? The best way. So the logos is used to keep yourself stuck in your path of logos here, or to reject the logos here. So we reject it here. Oh, like the Twitch, no wonder the Twitch moderator who has wanted to be the moderator of an understanding based stream, Emma's Majority Report, was attracted to that because the only way he specifically functioned to block literally the word self logos. Democrats, left, the bad left, the shitty left, the fascist left, not the good left. So the person acting fascistly in a left stream did this. He's a fiver. It functions to block or reject, deny the self logos. Believers are in conflict to destroy. They debate, they use words, Charlie Kirk smirked and smiled. I was going to say Charlie Kirk smiled. Charlie Kirk smiled as he lied, as he used words poorly, as he used catchphrases to appeal to fascist right-wingers, as he used words in a bad faith way to lie to college students. He smiled, Kirk smiled, or the smirk, as he tried to destroy the reasoning of college students. He shouldn't have been allowed on the campus. To destroy the self-logos. That's what believers do. That's why there are wars and genocides and torture. That's why the right hate good people. The best people. They seek to destroy the self-logos. That's why fuckhead in Emma the Majority Report's Twitch moderator said there is no self-logos, there is no paradigm. Hey dude, Emma and Sam are saying we need one. Fuck you, you're banned. Deny. Materialist, there is no paradigm, we're all just dust. Maybe there are physical rules that have to exist eternally, but don't think too hard about that. Even your thinking is just squirting of chemicals, so you can even deny that. Understanding, however, is used to... What? What do we do? What's the opposite of... What's denying? Discover? Embrace? Use? So what are you doing? Looking for how is that a negative reflection of the positive? Use a self-logos. Providence, providentially. Knowledge is to experience. The highest. Of the self-logos. Does that mean that we are using in the highest? The self-logos. Yeah. So what kind of Usia is the one self? And what kind of Usia is its model? Well, if there is the one self or the good self, we could say, hey, can we call one and good derivatives? Or divisions? While not being divisions in and of themselves, because there can't be parts. We can seek the self by seeking the one through understanding. There's a part of our psyche that seeks to understand, as we've been talking about today, unified into a one, give it a name. There's a part of our psyche that seeks our benefit, which we make use of to remove our problems. We could even add to this, there is a part of our psyche that seeks truth. Meaning the one self, the good self, and the true selves are kind of what? Goals, drives, aspects. Does that make the 10th just simply self? The immediate knowing of the self? There has to be an immediate and there has to be a different one. Deny and use, experience or destroy. Yeah, you either experience something or you destroy. Yeah, right? So you can experience something good, but then your parents come in to destroy it to be a believer and pass on the clan identity. So preventing experience or experience. Denying its use. You can't use the self-logos, says Emma's Twitch moderator. You can't use it. You can't help, you can't solve problems. Literally, they're saying, hey, she's doing what Sam and the moderator's doing what Sam and Emma are saying of the Dems. They don't have a self-logos they can use to solve American problems, so no one fucking voted for them. They voted for the worst cunt, Trump. Because at least he was doing something. here I am saying, well, here's the model. It's called the Self Logos. No, you don't. You're not going to help Emma. You're not going to benefit these people. I'm going to gatekeep you because I'm ignorant and power seeking. I am a modern establishment dem. That's why I will have to be permanently unbanned and this guy removed from his sycophantic, his sick, tyrannical position of power before I will ever go on the majority report. That's my condition. And I don't care if you beg me. I don't care how much money you give me. That's my conditions. Huge beef right now.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking. I've been a bad little girl.
So what? So deny its use, use it. Destroy its experience, experience it. So is there a higher use? What kind of use? There's definitely a use of the self in its shadow. Because while being reflects on itself, Usia, here, and then uses it as a model to create, giving us the paradigm of art creation. You have a model that you paint a copy of. This kind of creation is different. It's more like a shadow. So the shadow of the self is the use of the logos, allowing the generate. These are the three questions on the table. How does the self generate being, and how does being generate becoming? Being turns upon itself immediately all at once, uses itself as the model, and then makes use of the logos infinitely to create every dream, to create every moment, to create the scenes that play out like a movie, scene by scene in each moment of reality. So it's an infinite use. Whereas it's distorted reflection by humans in the mod dems, est dems, we'll say mod dems, modern dems, is the opposite of infinite, it's limit. But is there a kind of creation that doesn't even need power to be infinite? About your shadow. Believers say you can't know heaven, you can't know God. All that stuff Jesus was saying about it being a state of mind and not literally a place in the sky. Fuck that, says Emperor Justinian, who killed the philosophers and shut down the academy. Fuck that, says Paul, who killed Christians and said, I'm better than Jesus, I'm appointed by God. He's the guy that modern Christians quote, Paul. Fuck that, I'm going to destroy your ability to experience the divine. You have to just have faith, and you suck, and you're a sinner. So I'm going to not only say it's a heresy for you to say you can be equal to the gods. Here's a story about Adam and Eve to prove that. Interpretation, anyway. But I'm going to give you the bullshit about you being a sinner and no good and sucking because you're not white, or because you're foreign, or because you're a woman, or because you've got a different colored skin, or because of this or that, or because you've got innate sin. It's to destroy your ability to experience the divine itself, which is interesting because the very thing their job is to facilitate, religion specifically destroys. Just as believers in politics, the right, or Republicans or conservatives, all of them, fascists, same, the very thing they are to facilitate, a healthy and excellent society, they specifically destroy. They do genocides and have a war machine and blow up nukes and genocide Palestinians and take away healthcare and take away child food services. This is essential for us to recognize this paradigm, this model. That's why there's a huge beef right now with Emma.
That's anti-feminist in some way. If you're experiencing a mental health,
Please end kink shaming on your show.
Whore. Whore much?
So, we can use it, we can experience it. Mod Dems deny it and destroy it. Therefore, what is a more immediate or an even better kind of use? Shadow? And what is a higher kind of experience? You destroy having the experience, you do have the experience, and you what the experience. That's interesting. Because they also fit together, don't they? If you destroy the possibility of knowing the paradigm, then how can you see that there's a paradigm you can use? Just as if you have the greater you have the experience of the model of the logos, or justice or beauty, the more you can use it to be just, or to be beautiful, or to be rational. Understand it. Equally so, the greater you have this, the greater you can use the one or the good. Let's add. So it's no longer the ultimate goal, so we can take out that. True. Why? Question mark. Because because we've been talking about there being three aspects of soul. Well, I don't know if it's in the text yet, so we'll put 2 question marks. Because there are those 3 aspects of soul that Socrates outlined in the Republic. Our head, seeking understanding, which tries to bring everything into a unity and name it. There is our belly, that desires our good, leading us ultimately to the good self. But there's also our heart. So our desires for us internally, our head desires to, or our mind desires to reason into one. That's the virtue of wisdom. Temperance, keeping your cool as you seek your good. Courage is outward moving. So a kind of desire for oneness is our reasoning, our logos. Say reasoning, desire for one, self. Our belly desires our good self. That's a desire for what benefits us, but then there's something that motivates our outward movement in the world. What do we seek? Truth. And we'll be talking about the highest experience of the brilliant light of being what we desire in beauty, experienced as a oneness, but the word given in the symposium for that experience is truth. If there is a oneness, there must be a one. If it's a goodness we desire, there must be a good. If it's truth, there must be true. Truth or trueness. Again, just as we said of the Russians, you can't do philosophy unless you have the word the. That's why they're so into Tolstoy and they're poets. They're just poets. Prose. Poets or prose. The other two P's, not philosophy. You need the word the. For the beautiful, the just, the paradigm, the model. For this kind of creation through time. So too, if this model is goodness, oneness, and truth, we want the true, the good, the one self. Another word for the is self. Itself, beauty itself. Notice how we used, even in English, we use the word self. Now, we have to use the Greek word autos, or at least recognize the root behind self is autos. So logos, ousia, and autos. Autos is the Greek word for self. In English, we usually have the version, but not the version. In other words, in English, we have the word the, so we can do philosophy. But this next level has to recognize that the word self, that we normally apply as you're a self and I'm a self. We rarely apply the word the to self, but the Greeks do. The self means the. It's honorific. So in the Iliad, they talk about Achilles having the self shield. The best shield ever, the hypaxis of shield. Like some people, well, one person in my chat calls me Senpai Awakening. It's a title that means the. The beauty, or in Greek, beauty self. Self beauty. Modern translations, not the Balboa translations, the bad translations up till now have always used the word itself. Making it makes it an It's a degradation or a distortion. Beauty itself, yeah, fine, but self-beauty is the word. The beauty. So what? If we're using the word self-beauty, self-justice, we want to know what's the self? What's self-self? So we can say, if the word self is the same word for the in English, if the word self is honorific, which refers to being and therefore means the word the, as in self-beauty, self-justice, then we can say, to define something, you need two words. Some sort of the descriptor to point out the thing that you're defining. Now the highest use of that's the dialectic, by the way, self and other, remember? Two, dialectic, two, self and other. Here we go. Self, hey, you can talk about a bike, but you can't really explain a bike completely until you talk about how you use it. You gotta rub it up against a person, a bicyclist. Otherwise, you can't see something unless you see it being used. You can't see beauty unless you see it being applied to a streamer, painting. You gotta rub it up against something. The highest two terms used so far that we have in the dialectic is the first hypothesis of Parmenides, where he says, I am going to describe a pure one. I'm going to compare it against this kind of one, which is a whole of all the parts, the greatest positives. So he really compares the first against the second to distinguish it. If this is a oneness, the greatest whole, and whole means not missing any of its parts, and parts mean a part of a whole, then those two words are defined together and are always connected. That's a two-ness, whole and part. You need the word part to define whole. Because whole means, hey, you're whole when you're not missing your arm. When all the parts are there, then you can say you're whole. One defines the other. Equally so, a part is defined by a part within a whole. The experience of knowledge is the greatest whole, infinity, with all of the parts. Or, to use that as an example, completely unlimited. You can see and feel and think and touch or whatever, however sense, it's the ousia sense, by the way, in all directions. So it's infinity, but there's nothing outside it. But all of those things you see are all parts. So every part in space in all directions, like all of the numbers, 1, 2, 3, they're all limits, but they go on forever. So there's people say, hey, look, I'm out of time. I've stepped out of time, normally I'm in time in my physical body, but I'm able to experience the entirety of evolution, all of in time as a whole. The greatest in time, the greatest out of time. So what? The first hypothesis of Parmenides is saying, hey look, I'm defining a one. Different from that, no parts. Pure one. Which means it can't be that kind of a whole. Because if it's a whole of all parts, then that's more than one. It's not a pure one. And then he makes, as I conclude about that one, again, dialectic, I'm talking with someone step by step. It's not Charlie Kirk lying down here, abusing, destroying the self-logos because of his beliefs, denying the use of it through the dialectic, and instead doing the debate to destroy benefit. Debate is fucked. It's question and answer together, step by step, to conclusions. If you're not concluding, you're not understanding. Having a name on that. If you're not naming, you're not concluding. If you don't have a name for it, you don't have a word for it. If you don't have a word for it, you can't see it, and you can't use it, and you can't benefit from it. That's the theme of today, naming. How important is it to name things? I am defining a pure one, step by step, together, with conclusions and all that. Taking the youngest person, I'm demonstrating, hey, not only is this universal, anyone can play. No one gets excluded. So Parmenides says to Socrates, I'm going to demonstrate. Socrates meets Parmenides, his first teacher. And Parmenides says, look, you're never going to reach the truth unless you master the dialectic. That's just how it is. The greatest defect in a soul is to give up. The greatest defect in the soul is to deny the self-logos. For that will destroy your ability to use and see the self-logos. To use it as a dialectician to help yourself and others experience it. Belief, just as the worst condition is modern Dems, therefore, because they create the condition for fascism. By not saying, yes, there is a truth that everyone has to obey the law. Nancy Pelosi can't ever do fucking insider trading and then punish others for doing it. That's not a principle. If you do that, you are destroying the idea of principles or models, what Sam and Emma are looking for. It's the worst condition or defect in the soul because it allows the morons to take over. The stupidest kids in the class, the biggest fascists who like to torture people because they were fucking tortured by their parents, and no one has helped them remove their pain through the logos. Democrats have to not only be solving social problems, but creating institutions where people like Trump and Putin and Netanyahu don't become fucking sadistic tyrants. Create institutions for the self logos: midwifery, philosophy, dream analysis, and mythology. Those are the four expressions. They're not fucking doing it. They're letting people starve while the rich have all the fucking food and throw it into the ocean because it makes them more fucking money. That's the worst condition. The Democrats are the fucking worst because they have the potential to participate in the self-logos and should be helping believers. You can mock belief itself, but there comes a time where you have to fucking help the Trumps and the Netanyahus, the people torturing children in all possible ways, starving children in America, murdering children in Palestine, raping children all over the fucking show, including Epstein's Island. You got to fucking help them. And their victims. So, equally so, this is a recognition of the principle of analogy. It applies globally as it does individually. Parmenides says to Socrates, this is the worst condition of the soul. Be on guard for it. So if we've learned anything from Trump's second presidency is he was the worst possible person the first time. He got in a second time. Why? Because the Democrats didn't have a model. They spent their whole life shutting down Mumdanis, shutting down Bernie Sanders, shutting down AOC, shutting down unions, getting money from the fascists and the capitalists and the rich people. We need to be on guard for the worst condition within ourselves. The Twitch moderator of Emma's Twitch chat, huge beef with her right
Freaks.
now. Freaks there. Globally and individually. Why? Because you should be helping these fucks. If you don't, baby will take the gun. The parents have to remove gun from baby. Trump's a baby. His cognition is baby. It's belief that you get from childhood when you were a baby. Netanyahu is a baby. Look at him. Look at how he talks. Baby. Take the gun from baby, and instead of threatening to murder him, help baby learn. Now that's, again, we're just using politics, not literally. Well, we are. Well, no, we're not. It does apply to politics, but we're talking about every single soul. Parmenides says to Socrates, be on guard for this, destroying the self-logos, denying the self-logos, saying there is no self-logos, there is no philosophy, it's just opinion, philodoxia. There is no dialectic, there's just debate, philonikos, the love of fighting. Be on guard. And he gives us, says if you are on guard and you recognize that's the worst condition of the soul, you can become a dialectician and use the dialectic to experience it. That's the experience of truth. So he says to Socrates, if you don't have the dialectic, you won't reach truth. Socrates says, show me. Sounds complicated, show me. Smart kid. Now, normally we apply the dialectic to knowledge, the aspects of knowledge. Do a dialectic on beauty, on justice, on goodness, or any of these terms here. didn't. Do one on the self. Which says a few things. First of all, Socrates was a rare kind of a person. Number 2, he was shooting for the highest. Number 3, there was an awareness of the significance of self. And the maxim of the culture, know thyself. Also, we know from reading Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, that the word self is an honorific. Now that we have the Balboa translations in this conversation, they talk about self as an honorific. It means the, in the highest possible. So while we do the dialectic to the beauty, or the goodness, or the truth, if you don't have the word the, you can't do philosophy, Russians. That's okay, use it. Take English word, put it in. Equally so, you can't take the next step if this is moving from human problems and suffering, materialism, or Aristotle into Plato. We also have to move from Plato to Socrates. Autos. Not itself, not beauty itself like the past translations, but self-beauty. Now, it's a puzzle because you can translate it as it. You can point to a specific. If you've been talking about something in a sentence, you've been talking about apple, a specific apple in a sentence, you can say, hey, pass me the apple. You mean pass me an apple, it. Pass it, the apple, it. All of the translations of Plato has used only the word it for autos. Just like the word the in English, it also applies to the principle. So, pass me the apple. If you haven't been talking about the specific apple in the sentence, that would make no sense. Pass you the apple? Like there is a golden apple in the sky, that's the archetype of... What are you talking about? No, the apple we were just talking about that I left on the bench. Yeah, I'll pass it to you. It to you. We also know that the English word for the can mean the principle, the beauty, the just. Not a beautiful thing. That's the significance of the. It opens us up to philosophy. It can apply to both. There's one other name and word we need to introduce into our language. Autos. Autos means it as the, but it's also self. Why is that significant? Instead of saying beauty itself in place of the, we can say the beautiful, but don't do that. Instead, use the way the Greek used, beauty itself. The noun. That's not how the Greeks use it. They say self-beauty. What does that mean? It means beauty, autos, autos beauty, self-beauty doesn't mean beauty itself. It means self-beauty. It means the beautiful. Therefore, the word self also means the. It's a synonym or a homonym for the. Does the same thing. Doesn't make sense in English. If you're talking about the apple that you left on the bench, the apple that you left on the apple. Hey, you know that that apple on the that we've been talking about. Can you pass me the apple? Fine. You know the apple we've been talking about? Yeah. Can you pass me self-apple? What? Self-apple? Doesn't make sense in English. Just as the word the, can you pass me the apple, doesn't make sense in Russian. What? You mean pass you an apple? No, the apple we've been talking about. Pfft. You're crazy. You're the crazy Englishman. I can't do a Russian accent. But just imagine it and laugh. We have fun here.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike one?
Doesn't make sense, does it? But that's the thing. That's learning. Just as we can learn from other cultures that don't have the word the, we can learn from other cultures that don't have the word ousia, don't have the word self-logos, and don't have the word self. So we need the word self too. Autos. Autos. Now we can keep using the word self, but so long as we know autos is what we mean. Why is that important? Well, Socrates says, hey, you know what? Give me a demonstration of the dialectic. Don't pick any of the normal ones. Here, knowledge, self-beauty, self-justice. Just give me self. Like Socrates wanders into the greatest restaurant in the world, Parmenides, perhaps one of the greatest minds ever. Maybe there were more of him running around, I don't know at the time. Greatest restaurant in the world, and saying, yeah, I'll have the most expensive thing on the menu, please. And the head chef's like, you're a guest here. You don't even know what it is. You were ordering the... Yep. Parmenides laughed at him and said, you're crazy. I'm old. You want me to go through all that work? I'm a retired racehorse. It's like asking the greatest race, or like a great champion racehorse, to return to his former, to what he loves. And that's a big puzzle. Why would he be upset with returning to what he loves? Because you don't know how much of a sea of a logos it is to swim through that dialectic on the self. You're crazy, kid. I'm not doing it. Imagine that, walk into like a 10 Michelin star restaurant or whatever it is, and saying, I don't have to see the menu. Really, kid? Like 19 at the time. No. I'll just have the most expensive thing, please. Do you know how long that'll take the chef to cook? No, you don't get that. Go away. And Socrates says, hey, if you can't do it, I'll ask the sous chef. I'll ask your student. Let's see how good of a teacher you are. If you don't want to return to the game, how about 60-year-old Parmenides? How about 40-year-old Zeno? You do it then, Zeno. And Zeno's like, whoa, steady on, kid. Fuck that. You know what? I've been his student for a very long time, and I've only heard this dialectic once before. I'm not doing it. I'm on your side. Let's get Parmenides to do it. I'm with you. You're crazy, kid. Bruh, you're crazy, kid. You're crazy, kid, but I love you crazy. I'm with you. That's what Zeno, Parmenides' student, was like. That's a character I've done before. You're crazy, kid, but a good kind of crazy. The kind of crazy I can get behind. Brilliant impression work. So why are we talking about Parmenides and Socrates? Well, first of all, it's in the book. We're talking about it in the book. And it's where we get the dialectic that we have been seeing time and time again. We're here to master. The highest use of the logos, understanding of the dialectic, the highest use that we can do. Freeing ourselves from what destroys problems, and so long as this crazy internet beef with Emma is resolved, you can even help people who are denying the existence of the logos, even though they otherwise like understanding. So they're not into belief, they're against the right wing, they're against, if they can conclude, they're against all sorts of religious or political beliefs in favor of understanding human problems and understanding how to meet them in the most rational, beneficial way. But again, you need the dialectic. Otherwise, you're going to flounder and be trapped in what Parmenides calls the worst condition. No model. No tent pole, to quote Sam, Emma's co-star.
The more holes, the better.
Okay. So, let's make him do it. Let's ask him quite gently. Let's ask him. Let's convince him to do it. And he does. Keep in mind, they have the word logos, they have the word ousia, and they have the word self. That's like the, but even greater. Because it's also you. It's also the primary term of thought. The first thing you distinguish, self and other. Or same and other. This cup is other than this. It's the same, it is itself a cup. First thing I think about when the cup. But it's different from that cup because that cup's empty. Same and different. Same and other. Or same and different are here, actually. Self and other we're talking about because it refers to you specifically. The most immediate, the most personal, and yet it's the highest term. That's a huge puzzle, meaning it's always there for us. It's waiting for us to be ready to see. Our job is to see. How do we see? Understanding. How do we understand? Conclude. How do we conclude? Naming. We need to name it. That's the dialectic. If it's the highest goal and it's the most immediate, it's, to quote Socrates, the opening of the cave of ignorance is so wide. You can walk through it at any time. There are so many ducts, but if you're too little to have unified into a word and named the word duck, you won't see the duck. You'll see birds. See? You won't see the apple, you'll see an apple. You won't see self-apple, you'll see the apple. From Russian to English to Greek. That's our development, which requires new language. Yep. Might get you banned from crazy Twitch moderators, but fuck them. It's what we're here to do. But I don't like it because I didn't grow up with it, says Twitch moderator. Then fucking learn. Do your job. You're here to learn. You're not here to be a fascist. Huge beef with Emma right now. The internet's gone crazy. Some are saying it's breaking the internet.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
I will try.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's go ahead.
All right, enough.
Enough.
Enough of this crap, you know?
Okay, enough of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey, let's go ahead. Let's do it.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Go ahead.
So, even behind this greater and lesser terms, even more primary is self and other. We need the word altos behind our understanding of the word self. It can apply to specific, not in that realm, can apply to specifics in our physical world. It, the beautiful person. It can apply to the beautiful itself. But also, it's also the and self, meaning, hey, if there's self-beauty, if there's self-justice, if there's self-beauty, if there's self-justice, there must be primarily self. Just as if there's one beautiful person and one beautiful person and one beautiful person and one beautiful puppy, there must be the idea of beauty. From many to one, if there are many thes, there must be the itself or self. That's the twist. Let's get there. Before we get there, I have to miss. Right back. So we're back. All right, so where do we go from here? Well, you might get a modern academic and say, well, yes, I recognize the word altos is also kind of a synonym for the, but that's why we think that the first hypothesis, when Parmenides is convinced to demonstrate this dialectic we're here to learn, hey, sus, how are you? Come at the right time. We're about to come to a big conclusion. Long time no see. Oh, Kirby. I got a Kirby down there. Kirby there. We're about to come to a huge conclusion. I got a job as a behavioral health associate. Oh, good for you. Congratulations. And accepted into being a nurse. Wow. Good for you. Congratulations. Oh, you missed me. That's very sweet. We were just killing time until you got back. Came back at the right time. So, before Socrates, we have, one of the greatest conversations ever had in a book called The Greatest Book Never Read, through which Socrates is... Thanks again for always being so kind to me. Oh, of course. Thanks for being a follower of the channel. I hope you're enjoying what we're doing here. Change your perspective on things. That's interesting.
The primary purpose of pools is not to murder. It is for enjoyment and cooling off.
So you thought pools were for murder, but now you think they're for enjoyment and cooling off. I wish I could clone you and have another awakening in my life. Ah! That is the plan. That is the plan. Do not tell others of the ultimate plan. A clone army of me's. My ultimate plan is to create the sexiest possible world, and that can only happen with a clone army of me's. You're trapped on my phone, your phone in your pocket. At least you can always check out the VODs. Yeah, and I got like heaps and heaps of playlists on YouTube now. Like last couple of years I've been reading different stuff. You can see younger version of me. Weirder version of me. I don't like that guy. I don't know. I haven't looked at them. I don't look at the old ones. But where we're at right now is Socrates, when he was like 19 or 20, went on a journey to meet this master, this guru named Parmenides. And he had a question. And Parmenides goes, oh, okay, I can see you're like a special kid. You've got an aptitude for this. And he addressed Socrates' question, and he asked him some, he asked Socrates some questions to help him see and gain insight into his own problem. But then he says, look, here's two things you have to be aware of. Number one, be on guard for the greatest defect of the soul. Don't ever deny the existence of the self logos. The logos, the underlying rationality and knowability of reality that we participate in through understanding. Don't ever deny the fact that you can understand. And you're here to learn how to understand. Don't ever do that. That state of being of denying the self-logos, we have a clone of Awakening Harmonies would be a fangirl's dream come true. Well, I only have one fangirl, so we don't have to make that many clones. But for my goal to take over the world. Wait, let me try better. My goal to take over the world. I need many clones. Many clones. Now, it's a good takeover. I just need to make the world sexier. I don't know. I'm being dumb. We're recognizing as this the modern Democrats. They have no model. Materialists or atheists. Yes, there are scientific principles, but there's no model. There's no model for what all laws should be based on. So let's allow the fascist party to exist. Surely all opinions are equal. And if it's your opinion that you're a dentist, then go away. Start smashing children's faces in. Because it's your opinion. Modern Democrats. Number 5, strict dualists. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Be on guard, because they function to deny. I have been banned from Emma Viglin's Twitch chat. This lady.
I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
She keeps telling me she's a cutie pie. But her and Sam for many months have been saying the root cause of the Democrats' problems is they have no model or principle or paradigm upon which they're basing their party and their laws, which allows for these believers, fascists and religious, the dumbest, most sick people in the room to take over, because they have a racist, sexist, religious people manipulating paradigm, but at least they have a paradigm. They can't find that paradigm unless they know the name for it. I shared the name in Twitch chat. Immediately, without any conversation, Emma's crazy Nazi Gestapo Twitch police banned me permanently. Just off. For sharing the very thing she needed at the very time she was ready to hear it. Just as our dreams, we're learning, function in a similar way to us through our dreams. Our dream maker creates dreams to help us in our development. That's why I'm in a huge beef with Emma right now. That's breaking the internet.
That's anti-feminist in some way, 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 some way.
Anti-feminist beef in some way. Okay? So this applies to us individually. If there's ever a voice or a feeling that, hey, there is no truth that we can reach, there's no meaning, there is no principle, don't listen to it. Be on guard. What will happen is your beliefs from childhood, just like Netanyahu and Putin and Trump and Hitler and all of these popes and kings and clergy, they will come in and your pathologos will rule your soul. Just as if modern Democrats don't recognize that the principle upon which all intelligibility is based, including laws, is the self-logos, the fascists will take over as they are doing in America right now. And they won't fight back as they're not doing right now. So your own beliefs will take over your soul if you deny the self-logos. You have to learn to understand the dialectic. The dialectic is the use of understanding. So this fourth state of cognition is denying the logos. There is no logos. That's number 5, the 5th worst. Number 4 is belief, the cause of human problems. So 5 is the conditions for problems. 4 is the cause of human problems individually and collectively. What you need to do, says Parmenides to young Socrates, is move into 3, learn how to use understanding. And the reason why I've been keeping an eye on Emma's channel is because she's someone who is a lover of understanding. And she's doing her best to use understanding. She's always going to be blocked until she recognizes the sorts of things that we can share with her. What understanding is, the self-logos, its structure and art, the dialectic, and how we need to use that to remove the beliefs that block us. Otherwise, she'll stay stuck. But she is the sort of person who would be open-minded to enough to learn this stuff. And it's rare. Cute dancing emojis. But of course, I have to get through her crazy Gestapo Nazi Twitch moderators who are insane. Who are...
Please end kink shaming. If you're experiencing a mental... You've been a bad little girl. They're completely lying to you. They're completely lying.
Completely lying.
Talking about a bunch of slop.
and they're talking about slop. So learn the dialectic. If you don't, you won't be able to go from 3, understanding, to 2, the state of knowing the nature of reality itself. You won't reach truth. That's why be on guard for 5, because 4 will take over your soul and cause all your problems and suffering. You will reincarnate over and over again to face the consequences of living an unjust life caused by those false beliefs that you've inflicted on yourself and others. To escape from your suffering and problems, the chains of your problems and the prison of reincarnation, you have to avoid 5, free from 4 by developing 3. Understanding. That's the dialectic we've been learning on this channel. If you do the dialectic, not only can you free yourself from the chains of problems and the prison of reincarnation, you can experience the nature of truth. That's 2. Knowledge. Usia, turning around your mind and knowing all of reality all at once. Socrates says, oh, that sounds very good, old man. Sounds a bit complicated though. Can you give me an example? Now, normally we apply the dialectic if we're not doing midwifery to remove our problems. We use the dialectic to understand the beautiful, the just. Now, we've been talking about how if you don't have the word the in your language, like Russians, you can't do philosophy. They don't have a word for the. They only have an a. They can talk about a apple, an apple, are specific. They can't say, pass me the apple. They can talk about a beautiful thing, but they can't ask the question, what is the beautiful itself? That's why they're into their prose and poetry writers. Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and all those guys. And not Socrates. Socrates is proper thinking, philosophy. So, Socrates could have said, can you give me a dialectic on the beauty? Now, the Greeks don't say the. They have a special word, self-beauty. Just like the, if you're talking about there's an apple I left out on the bench. We've been talking about, can you pass me the apple? Makes sense. But if you're not already talking about, so you can say, pass it to me. Pass it. Pass me the apple. Pass it. It'll sound funny in Russian. But also the word the means, hey, the beautiful, the justice, the truth. So it can apply to it or the ultimate, the principle, the highest. The woman, to quote. I liked Sherlock Holmes series. Sherlock Holmes met a woman and she was brilliant, and he called her the woman. Honorific, like you call me Senpai Awakening. It's like a title. Now, they use the word self. This is important because self can mean it. That apple we've been talking about, can you pass it to me itself? I don't know, it doesn't sounds a bit funny. Beauty itself works. The beautiful or beauty itself. But here's the thing. They didn't have the word the, they used the word self. Self is different from the. Self means it's you. Self means it's immediate. Self means you can bring in your own reflection on your own nature into this game. It's not an academic discipline about some object or concept that's different from you. It's self. When you experience beauty itself, you know it as you. It's self-beauty. The model of justice, self-justice, is the ordered nature of your own consciousness, mind, reality, being. It's you. It's the self knowing itself as its shadow. It's reflection. It's the most immediate. So what? Well, so we've been looking at the fact that there are these two cognitive functions, believers that cause problems and dualists who say there's no principle, massive difference, or it's all relative to opinions. But that's a reflection of the higher. Just as if you start as a believer and you realize that these religious beliefs about God are nonsense, or these fascist beliefs about justice are nonsense, you might say, I'm leaving MAGA, or I'm leaving religion, and I'm saying there is no such thing as God. There is no such thing as justice. There is no such thing as truth. It's just all opinions. So that's the functioning if you leave it. So the diminishment or the functioning of believers when they leave. Just as that pure knowing itself of yourself functions as understanding. All of the things we use in understanding, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, are all aspects or qualities of that brilliant light of being experience of knowing everything. Or knowing eternity, probably better. So we have a line of symmetry. As human beings, we have to cross this line from belief into understanding, as Parmenides told Socrates, as true for us right now. That line is where we get ousia and logos. Meaning we have to introduce these words from Greek. Just as Russians can't undo philosophy without the word the, human beings can't solve their problems, can't reach excellence, can't evolve, and can't avoid our extinction unless we add the words logos and ousia into our lexicon, just like we have added the word croissant. It's okay that it's from another language, but we need it, as Russians need the word the. When I introduced this word to Emma, I was banned from their Twitch chat. That's why we're in a huge beef right now.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
Never.
So like, not only have you been wrong on like 3 or 4 different things at once, which is already offensive enough, but you did it in the most annoying way.
So her Twitch moderator was wrong and annoying. You need the word the. So you need the word logos. You also need the word ousia to recognize that we have to make this change from belief, which destroys the logos, and ousia, strict dualists who deny the logos and ousia, we have to introduce it. The use of ousia or self-reflection with the logos is the dialectic. Why? Because the dialectic is the use of the self-logos, using its parts, which are these selfers, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, beauty, justice, goodness, but focused on the nature of self or mind, self-beauty, self-justice. That's our job. Everyone. It's the meaning of life, it's our purpose, it's necessary for evolution, and it's necessary to avoid extinction. And also end the suffering of fascism, etc. Therefore, someone better learn these fucking words, and someone better tell Emma she's got Nazis running her Twitch moderator chat, because if there is someone who knows those words and decides it's time to share it with her, she might be prevented from hearing them because of this fascist who is here, denying the logos. That's why we're in this huge beef that's breaking the internet by storm.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
The need for words, the need for naming. If you don't have the word, you can't see it, you can't use it, you'll be blocked from it. So that's part of what we're doing. We're learning certain keywords. Now, logos, the paradigm that Emma needs to see, because she's been using understanding, she better find out what it is. She's been saying there needs to be a paradigm for justice for the Dems, because the reason why Trump got voted in a second time is because the Dems had no model. That's the model, the logos. Usia introduces the idea of mind or self-reflection. The best use of laws is to help us to know the full reach of mind and the nature of the self, not to make billionaires more rich so they can play out their false image of the self in injustice. That's what we currently have. We need to operate according to self and ousia. That's self-reflection. And the other key word we need is the word self. Why? Because self doesn't just mean the word the. We can say the beautiful and do Platonic philosophy and reach number 2, reach knowing, reach the spiritual experience of reality. We can do that with the word the. We can't do Socratic philosophy or true philosophy and reach the knowing of the self with the word the. We can't use the word the for self-beauty. We need to use the Greek word altos, which is self-beauty. Why? If we recognize that what we're looking at here is self-beauty and self-justice and self-goodness, just as when we left the physical world, we recognized a beautiful puppy, a beautiful streamer.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
Sorry. Not me. I was kidding. I was just joking. A beautiful streamer, a beautiful puppy, a beautiful painting. We go from or a manyness to the. What is the beauty? That's the movement from Russian to philosophy, or from the physical world to philosophy. So too, we apply the dialectic to being by looking at self-beauty, not but self-beauty, not the beautiful. It is the beautiful, but self-beauty is the word. Self-justice, self-goodness, self-excellence. We do the same kind of reflection on patterns or movement from division. This is the dialectic. There's only 4 stages. Not that one. Go from division, all of these divisions, to a synthesis. What's the same? They all have the same word, self. Therefore, you ask the question, for there to be self-beauty, self-justice, self-goodness, there must prior exist the self. What is the self? That's the question we're here to answer. All living beings, in principle. So, Socrates meets with Parmenides and says, that dialectic you've been talking about, without it I can't reach truth. That sounds crazy. That sounds not crazy. That sounds tricky. Can you give me an example? And instead of picking self-beauty or self-justice, he says, give me an example of the dialectic on self. Yourself. Parmenides laughs and says, get out of here, kid. That's a crazy thing to ask. It's like you've gone into a Michelin-style restaurant and you haven't even looked at the menu and you've said, I'll have the most expensive thing. And the chef comes out, I will spend all day making this dish. Who are you to ask such a thing? He said, I'm old. I'm over that shit now. Not shit. You're asking a retired racehorse to go back to what he was a champion at and what he loved. You have no idea what kind of a sea of logos we have to swim to answer that question. Socrates says, get out of here, kid. Socrates says, okay, I'll ask your student then. Let's see if you can't do it, we'll see how good of a teacher you are. Zeno, so Socrates is about 20, Zeno is about 40, Parmenides is about 60. Zeno, you do it. Give me an example of the dialectic on the self. He goes, no way. I've been a student of Parmenides for many, many years and I've only heard it once. By the way, all this is written down. The greatest book never read. This is why they call it the greatest book never read. And other reasons. But holy shit, this book's amazing. And we have the Balboa translation, where all of these words we've been saying are necessary to see and name and use are there now. Hooray. Zeno says, don't ask me, kid, I'm on your side. And I did an impression.
Hey, kid. See, I like your moxie, kid. I like your moxie. I'm on your side. Let's get Parmenides to do it. Let's get the old man to do it, not me. I'm on your side, kid. You're crazy, but the kind of crazy I like.
That's a good impression. Thank you. So he said, yeah, let's get Parmenides to do it. So they convinced him to do it. Now, an academic, modern philosopher might say this isn't anything to do about the self. I accept what you're saying about the word autos or self meaning the. That's why the first hypothesis is a dialectic on the one. Not one self. That's crazy. They have to say that because their beliefs specifically block this. If this is the highest term, unless you spend a good deal of time doing midwifery and dream analysis, you will hate this idea, because that means the highest term beyond even the divine knowledge, the divine being, is you. And you've been told by your beliefs from childhood that you suck, you're not, God is better than you, Jesus is better than you, your parents are better than you, your priest is better than you, Trump and your politicians are better than you. That's the bullshit of belief. Heresy to say you're greater than God. Hubris, hubris I say. In other words, you have to have been doing the dialectic to free your beliefs, otherwise this will piss you off to no end. Modern academics, I'm guessing, will have that pissed offness. I'm not in the academic circles, but I can predict they will be pissed. I only say it's the one, not the one self. The Greek word is autos. It is self. What's the difference? While the might work for the beautiful, it doesn't work from the transition from reality to self. Why? It's you. It's the first term. The first thing you distinguish is self and other. So that you don't, if you're hungry, you don't feed the cat. It's other than the self. But also it doesn't make rational sense. Why? Parmenides agrees to demonstrate the dialectic. But here's the thing. If you're talking about something, you need two things to rub against each other. The dialectic uses the two primary things necessarily as the principle. For the dialectic to be the principle of understanding everything and anything, it has to use the two highest terms that have scope over everything. For example, self and other, S and O. You can look at beauty itself in relation to itself and define it. You can look at how beauty that you've defined itself relates to another, self and other. Functioning, how does having been affected by that functioning, other, relate to other others, others to others, and having been affected by that whole game, how do you then relate back to the subject itself, beauty? Two terms, four possible combinations, the archetype of all understanding. Meaning these have to be the highest terms for it to apply to everything. For example, a bike. Talk about a bike itself, wheels. How does it function to another? Pick another. Rub it against someone. If you're not talking about how someone uses the bike, are you really going to understand and explain a bike to someone? Nope. Pick you, the bicyclist. How does the bike relate to you? Allows me to get to the shop and buy a meat pie. How do you, as a bike rider now, relate to others? I can do a awesome wheelie and impress the girl I have a crush on. How do you or her or any of the other others synthesized relate back to bikes? I take care of my bike. Or my friend also wants to buy a bike. How do the others relate back to the self? That's the dialectic. So what are the two ideas that Parmenides rubs together to talk about the self? He picks self as self, highest, but what's the other? One. Self and one. This is why it can't be the. That's why English has to upgrade its word the to altos self. And that's why academics can't say he's talking about the one. Why? He rubs these two ideas together. Let me explain. He says, hey, look, I am going to define a pure one. Oh, by the way, I'm going to pick the youngest person of your posse, Socrates, young Aristoteles, to show that the dialectic will work for anyone at any time. If you're good at it. Talk to anyone anywhere. It's a win-win. That's why I was trying my best to introduce it to someone like Emma, who has an audience, is sharing her creation, is interested in understanding, good head, and has a good heart. She cares for people. That's why I was there.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Big beef with Emma right now. Huge.
Do a poggers.
I will try to. You have to permanently unban me for me to poggers. So, I'm going to rub one and self together to talk about the self, myself. By the way, a pure one. This is to young, by the way, yeah, so reach an audience, talk to anyone. I'm going to prove it by talking to the youngest person in your group. By the way, can a one be a whole? Aristoteles goes, why not? Well, do we define a whole as that which is whole because it's not missing any of its parts? Sure. And a part is something that's a part of a whole, right? Right. So they're definitionally linked. They're defined by each other, right? But a pure one can't be parts because a pure one is not many. It's the opposite. Sure. But parts are a many, right? Right. And a whole is defined by that which has all its parts, right? Right. So that is also a many. Right. Yes. Therefore, the one can't be a whole and it can't be parts. Right? I'm with you. A pure one can't be. That's the self. We've defined a pure one, and I'm using that. That's why you need two things. That the subject, I'm using this other to explain. That's dialectic. The bike has to also apply to a bicyclist. So there's a conclusion. The one self can't be whole or parts. Fine. Here's why it can't be the one. He does the same thing with self. He doesn't do it with the one, it's self. Hey, by the way, can self be other or different? No, that's self and other. No, it's the other thing that self is. I am other than this pen. No, self can't be other. Can't be different. You can't be different to yourself. That's not, you wouldn't be the self if you were different. No. By the way, same, we define by nothing different there. You're not different. You are different from everyone else because you're wearing the funny hat at the party. And you only know you're different because no one is wearing the same hat. The two are linked definitionally again. These are the self pairs. Therefore, the self isn't different, but the self can't be same either. Therefore, the pure one also can't be different or same. He goes back the other way. In other words, you might say, well, one can be same. It's the same cup because it's one. Not a pure one. Explain it. Are you the same as yourself? Well, no, that would imply two things, and that other thing wouldn't be myself. Maybe if I cloned myself, good thing that Sus came in and was talking about how she needs to clone me. Only if I clone myself can I say I'm the same as myself, but that's not going to be, even that clone is not going to be me, even though it's the same as myself. No, even if it's a clone, it's not myself. And we can make an awesome movie about someone realizing that in a clone movie, starring me, called The Sexiest World in the Galaxy. The sexiest universe in the multiverse, full of me's. Written by Sus in chat. So only by defining the self with reference to yourself as the thing that you are thinking about can you define a pure one, just as only by describing a pure one that you can reason about. It's reason and self together. It's reason or logos and self together, or self logos. That's the self logos of the one self. The expression or functioning through the dialectic as demonstrated through Parmenides, just as the functioning of knowledge or ousia and logos as pure knowingness is understanding. So we use understanding the parts of, so pure ousia or knowing is you experience the greatest whole and the greatest parts. So the very thing denied of the pure one is, in its positive sense, knowledge. You know all the parts and you know it as a whole. That's why it's the greatest experience or wisdom. Understanding requires you to address whole and parts, just like we did in that dialectic. That dialectic understanding is, hey, the one can't be a whole, one can't be parts. And then he goes on to same and different. The self can't be different, the self can't be same. And then he goes on through all of them to completely nail down or exhaust a complete understanding of the one self. So you can see why he said, I'm an old man, don't ask me to do that. But thankfully for us, he did, giving us the greatest book ever written and never read. We have the Balboa translation now, so we can. Can't be the one. Has to be one self. Allowing us to refer to ourself, to see that we're not same or different, or through reason or logos, understanding, recognize we also can't be one. Reason and self. Logos and ousia. Reflection on yourself. Ousia. So our question is, how is ousia and logos in every level? Believers use ousia or their own life reflection, their life energy, to destroy the self logos, to destroy the logos. Yep, same logos. Strict dualists, materialists, atheists, Aristotelianists, use their self-reflecting capacity to deny the logos, thus ban me from Twitch chat in the majority report. Emma, we're having huge beef.
It's a total shit show.
Total shit show.
Unbelievable sluts
These days, I can't believe it. These drops are random, by the way. I don't know what I'm going to get from the people on my soundboard. So sometimes they make sense. It's the Twitch moderator that's being an unbelievable slut these days.
He better not. Awesome, man.
Here we use ousia in understanding to direct ourselves to reflect upon ourselves, and self-logos yes, we reflect upon ourselves, and the logos is used to as our method or activity. So ousia is the focus on yourself. What's the highest states of mind you yourself had in your dream? Or what's the problem states you've had in your dream or in your life? But Bill said blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Focus on yourself. Now you might say, well, aren't you focusing on the Twitch moderator? But this is the greatest injustice in human history. And the internet's going crazy. It's breaking, right? Some are saying it's breaking the internet. Permanently unbanned. I will never go on the show unless I'm permanently unbanned. This is crazy. We need to put an end to this beef before the internet breaks forever.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
Is what I've been saying.
You're going around doing that in the weirdo pool. And I find that very entertaining.
But it is entertaining. I do get clicks, which is good. So equally, ousia is the knowing of ourself that we can have with... Oh, okay, I'm not sure about this. Anyway, let's go back to our question. Our question is, how do we know the self? If we can understand a knowledge and experience it as the greatest experience, if we can understand understanding and master it through the dialectic, both of which are experiences we can verify. We can verify for in our functioning, our highest functioning with understanding, and our highest experience or state of mind with pure being. Hercules, to be in heaven with the gods while also in Hades dealing with the shadows. Penelope or Hercules, the ideal man and woman. The heroes that represent our ultimate goal. We can recognize the destroying or the denying as the greatest defect in the soul and the cause of all suffering and injustice. What then is the self-logos and ousia of the self? If it's not an experience, what is it? Well, we're seeing that they're somehow together. And it's together in its functioning of the first hypothesis. You're reflecting on yourself for that term, and you're understanding or logosing the one for that term. But the two are together as one thing. So it's logos and ousia somehow together as one thing. That's the self. The one self of Parmenides. That's what we're after. But what we have discovered in reading this book and putting the pieces together is there is a pattern. There is a line of symmetry. Belief is, I don't have to think, I just believe it. So I can be the stupidest, most sick, ignorant person and just say to any question, because Jesus. And it's funny. It's unless you're talking to them and it's irritating. No, I'm right. Why? Because Jesus. But why Jesus? If you were born in a different family, you'd be saying because Moses, or because Abraham, or because Joseph Smith, or because L. Ron Hubbard, or because dear leader X, Xenu. No, I'm right. Explain it. No, I can't. That's the devil. Then how do you know you're right? I just know it. It's in my heart. It's immediate, but it's wrong. I just know that whites are the best, says Jordan Peterson. Says the ICE agents that murdering and raping and killing and kidnapping brown people. I just know. Explain it. Why are women less? Why are brown people less? Why are immigrants bad? Nah, I just feel it. Belief. How does it function? To deny reason. Who are the first sent to the concentration camps? The understanders. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all of the Democrats, they grew up in their family beliefs. Have they ever addressed them? Never. So what do they say? There's no paradigm. You know, just compromise. Every religion is kind of good. Maybe. No, it's the opposite. Every fascist belief is good, kind of. Every Republican has a good heart. Let's compromise and compromise and compromise, and then maybe they'll be nice to us. They are the bitches of the fascists. They are the lesser of the greater. They are the functioning as a consequence of belief. But that's interesting because we can see that there is a line of symmetry. This line we here to cross from belief into understanding is not just the meaning of our lives, all of us, and our purpose of human evolution. The highest functioning we can do in the physical world, what we need to do to solve problems and reach excellence. It's also a line of symmetry. There is a beauty that we can see, Aphrodite, but we can benefit from the beauty, Aphrodite, and the ordered parts, Apollo, that we can use in a dialectic to help us. That's the anagogic triad that we've been talking about. All this is in the text. Harmony, or the rational order of the parts, Apollo, used in an activity. The beauty or the simplicity of the whole gives us a power that we can make use of. Aphrodite, the two come together for its use in excellence, or the fullest flowering, or the hypaxis. That's the dialectic. That's Hermes. So what? Well, we're recognizing Apollo, an order. 2, 3, 4, 5. We're recognizing, hang on a second, if you look at it as a whole, Aphrodite, you'll see a symmetry. What do we do with that? There's an order to human development, to cognitive functions, to spiritual evolution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we do with Apollo and Aphrodite? We use it in the dialectic, which is used to do what? Benefit. So if we see that there is, hey, knowledge functions through understanding, Hercules. Just as belief, if you leave belief, or if you function in any way, you deny the logos. Because you have to, otherwise you wouldn't have to believe. So what? Symmetry. Now, that's a couple of examples. We could find many more examples of how this leads to this, or how understanding is reflected in this. We reflect through understanding in an infinite way, because you can always make new connections, but you come to a conclusion. So there is an end, but it's infinite. Reflected in a distortion way for dualists, modern Dems, that they reflect to a conclusion, but their conclusion isn't infinite, it's static, it's there is no model, give the fuck up. Let the fascists take away healthcare, murder and rape brown people, wear masks, genocide Palestinian children, and never fight back. That's a conclusion, it's static, and it denies. The modern Dems. Everyone. That's why Parmenides says to Socrates is the condition we have to be aware of. On guard for as the worst condition of the soul. Also, it's the worst condition of the soul. So that's this reflected in this along that line of symmetry. Also, it's the worst defect of the soul because it creates the conditions for the fascists. If the Democrats didn't suck because there were 5, the fascist Trump wouldn't have been elected a second time. So while the false beliefs, and there's no Republican Party, it's just false belief party, they wouldn't be in power if the Democrats stood for something ever. So one leads to the other. Just as along this line of symmetry, understanding leads to knowing. That's why the dialectic is also a spiritual meditation. It's the paradigm of spirituality. You don't have to be divided into different beliefs. Buddhist, Taoist, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, etc., etc. There is a single paradigm that unifies all. It's the dialectic. That leads to knowing. So that's another example. So we've talked about this causes this, this causes this. We've talked about how this is reflected as this. We've talked about how this can lead to this. See? This is the fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the win? Where's the childlike wonder?
And I'm out of coffee. Boo. Boo for no coffee. So this is the fun along that line of symmetry. So what? Remember we have in the book that there are 3 fundamental dimensions. Ontology, if you want to be fancy. Ontos, what is being. Ology, study, the study of being, what levels of being exist. Our physical world of becoming. Being self-mind or self-being. And the self. From beautiful things to beauty itself. From self-beauty, self-justice to self-goodness to the self that has to be prior. Meaning, if there's a line of symmetry here, baby, there's a line of symmetry here. That's our conclusion by seeing the parts Apollo, the whole Aphrodite, giving us an activity and power we can use to... What's the use of the dialectic for? Why does Hermes have magical flying shoes? So we can race to Zeus. Zeus represents the self. That's why we're doing what we're doing. All of our reading has been to get this map and uncover these questions. The book has helped us because it says one question is, how does the self cause being? How does being cause the physical world? And the third question that Socrates and Jesus have raised where we are in the text is, how do we return? We are addressing this, how do we return? Let's take those other 2 questions and help us answer that question. Line of symmetry. How does being create the physical world? Through a kind of ousia upon itself that can then function to create moments in time. How does the self cause becoming? How does the self cause being then? It must be a higher, more transcendent way. How does it know itself as a model, and how does it create without having to make parts? And the clue we have is shadow. While an artist can reflect on a model, even himself if it's a self-portrait, and his art's going to be some sort of reflection of himself, but then create through his understanding of his art, the way that being creates the world of becoming is the model or paradigm for artistic human creation. Its distortion is how we create our bullshit beliefs, religion, and right-wing politics. But there's another thing you create more immediately, more effortlessly. Your shadow. Or from the book, the scent of a flower. Still a creation, still a reflection of yourself, still a diminishment from a higher to a lesser, greater to lesser. By the way, greater, lesser, and equal is is Self-Logos terms. Selfers. So how can we use that? First puzzle, how does the self cause being different from being causing the becoming? How does it help us answer the third question on the table? How do we return? Considering this is a line of symmetry. That's where we're at. I'll take a quick break to top up my coffee. I'll be right back because I'm not going anywhere. Even though it's a long ass stream, holy shit, we're getting into some good stuff. How do you know the self? That's you, if it's the highest term. We're getting close. Be right back. I'm back. So where are we in our reflection? So, notice what we have been using is a set of paired terms. So the self-ers, the aspects of the self logos, which must somehow be from the self. So the self logos, the self and logos, to understand something and have the self, logos and understanding, or self logos. We have these two things together that Parmenides uses, as we just described. The one can't be whole, can't be part, therefore the self can't be either. The self can't be the same as itself or different from itself, so the one can't be either. We also have a set of terms. Where should we put it? We've got another set of self terms. This is what we've been doing this whole channel. We've been doing our skill trees. So there's a bunch of twos that we've been discovering. Am I streaming? Am I streaming? What's going on? Let me refresh. We've got beauty, some more self-ers. We've got beauty or self-beauty, which we seek in our loving relationships, self and logos, through stages of development. That's the symposium. Love and logos. Self-justice. This is the model that Emma might be ready to see. So long as we put an end to this crazy Twitter beef before the internet goes crazy. Self-excellence. That we seek in our excellent functioning. We've also got, these are singles. We've also got triad. For analogy, the mean analogy as Diotima is to Socrates, so too Socrates is to us. Or as self is to being, so too being is to becoming. So this is the learning we're here to doing. So this is the what we've got in the text so far is the model of true learning. So the bad one is as parent is to child, so too child acts as a parent to their child. This is the stagnant ousia. This is the stagnant. ousia, or redundant analogy, and the model of, not model of true learning, model of ignorance. This is the fake ousia, stagnant ousia, redundant analogy. Parent does something to a child and then they look for a position where they can be president or billionaire or king or priest, and they can inflict their same bullshit, or just be a parent themselves and pass on the same bullshit through imitation. Imitation. This is the fake model of learning. Next to that, we have the true model of learning. True model of true learning. Also called the Dharma, because it's also as a spiritual learning. Dharma just means spiritual learning. Sound fancy? Impress your friends at the coffee shop. Hi man, what have you been doing today? I watched a stream where I can learn the Dharma. Wow, that sounds mysterious. Oops. You betcha. Many are the staff bearers, but few are the actual mystics, says Socrates in the book. That's us. That's you with a staff. That's you. Because it seems that most of my viewers are women, which is fine by me. You'll have... There we go. That's you. In your wizard hat. Your big flowing cape. First of all, let's do this. That's how I imagine all my viewers look. Damn it. Oh my goodness, how am I so bad at drawing boobs? There we go. Fair enough. That's you, holding the staff. Oh my god, those boobs look awful. I apologize, mate, to all my viewers. We all look like this. Oh my god. This is the logo saying stop drawing boobs on your philosophy stream. Like that. There we go. That's you. The true mystic. With your high heel shoes. And you're waving at me. So, the true model of learning, as we see, is a mean analogy. So it's quickly filling up the new board, aren't we? Is as speaking of mystical women, all of my viewers, so too Diotima taught Socrates as, move this lady to the side, as Socrates can teach us. Or as Socrates teaches us. The lady's in the way. Get out of the way, my viewers. My beautiful mystical Twitch viewers. and you too. Us. That's the true model. It's also a mean analogy. Giving us the greater term. The lesser. In both. Also, we have the idea of equal. This one. Here. Let's move this down. Move this up. Greater. Goodness. Pardon me. Greater to lesser. Greater to lesser. Can go here. Diotima to Socrates. Socrates to us. Also, we have these two terms are equal. And as a result, Diotima and us can become equal. We can become as wise as Diotima. So the extremes can converge in the middle. Equal. So for this principle of learning, giving us the principle of, this is the principle of reversion, as well as learning, which is an anagogic movement upward, allowing for our reaching of our higher goals, because we are to know ourselves as Diotima does, but also it gives us the principle for as the one self creates being, so too being creates the world of becoming. Our inner space. Becoming. The physical world that we wake up in at the start of this quest. Which gives us the principle for unfolding. Emanation or unfolding. Or creation. So, we've got a bunch of self-logos terms. We've got these things which we seek, these things which we desire because we consider them a goodness. And we have these triad of self greater, the greater, but not just the word self we're saying instead of the word the, because it has that higher meaning as well, the lesser, and self equal. Which we need for the true model of learning, for us to revert upon truth, for there to be a true creation. Why? Because when you create, you reflect on your creation and you judge the lesser or the creation, so we can even say the model is to the greater Here's the model is to creation as greater is to lesser. So the one self is greater in principle than being. The being is in principle greater than becoming. The model, we can also apply that to, that this is understanding. Being is known as knowing. In becoming, our excellence is understanding. Model to creation is greater to lesser. As you make a creation, you reflect on your creation and say, does it accurately reflect the model? If you do, you say it's true. For a true creation. By the way, what other things that we say is true? Hey, where's your car? If I say in words the car is parked outside, and I look outside and find that it is your creation in words a true reflection of the model? Therefore, it's through analogy that we determine whether or not something is true. By the way, if you have knowledge like Diotima, do you express what you know through analogy? You can, if you know the truth, you can have fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
Expressing the truth through analogy. This is an analogy. Does it express the truth of the model of teaching? Yep. Meaning we can say it's the true model of learning or teaching. And that's you, as Diotima, equal to Diotima. Meaning true is expressed through analogy. Analogy requires the primary ideas of lesser and greater. And equal. There's our self-logos triad. By the way, everything you do, when you ask, hey, by the way, where's the car? In asking that, are you outwardly seeking a true answer? Is that why we fucking hate believers, politicians, clergy who lie? Charlie Kirks who do debates to lie? Because they're lying? Our soul fucking hates it because everything we do is the truth. Hey, by the way, if your favorite athlete did this great goal and was with self-excellence and was very beautiful, but he lied, lacked justice, he wasn't telling the truth, would you think less of the goal? Therefore, these self-logos terms we seek to reach the truth. We have 3 sets of self-logos terms. The monads, the triads, and of course, let's bring back the color, this one. No. This one? Yes. Whole and part. Same and different, like and unlike. Let's do the whole list. There's only 6 pairs. Primary, there are, you can further break these down, but these are the 12 primary. What else? If you're cool, you've got motion now.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves in.
Okay, I was trying to find a good one for me about having motion.
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
Okay, I have to work on my sample. My funny ones of the Oracle are all negative ones.
Don't be disgusting.
Like that. That's funny to me. Motion. That's I learned about motion from her. Motion and rest, because it's cool. The cool kids are saying now he's got no motion if he sucks. Motion and rest. Oh, limit and unlimit. Unlimit. So okay, they're opposites. Let's go. Unlimited, free, and limited. Here's our motion. Motion. No, rest. To be at rest. Or be in motion as the lesser. Notice lesser and greater. Out of time. Or eternity. In time. Now these are the ones that we've been talking about, and I gave a demonstration of the first two that Parmenides uses in The Greatest Book Never Read. That we seek through reason or understanding to reach the one. When you reason something together, we talk about bringing it together into a oneness and putting a name on it. That's understanding. That's why Emma needs to make conclusions. That's why I tried to share what I did in chat. And that's why we're in a huge beef right now, because when I was sharing this beneficial thing, the Gestapo Twitch moderators went crazy with power and started being crazy.
They're completely lying to you.
Yeah.
They're completely lying.
They're completely lying to Emma, but making this huge beef. So what? Hang on a second. If we've got the good self that hang on, let's have a look at this. We desire inwardly for our goodness, for ourselves. We seek outwardly truth. This reflects the soul. According to Socrates, our soul let's move this to the side. Our soul has three primary forces or functionings. The soul's aspects or psychic functions. So you can say, well, even if there is no soul, we can use it as a word to talk about the aspects, the psychic aspects that we have within ourselves. Our head, seeks understanding, which is to bring it into a oneness, to bring ideas, concepts, our experience even into a oneness. We have a heart that seeks. Give a different color, hey? Not like that. Oh, no, it's okay. That seeks truth. And our belly. These are metaphors, of course, not actually a belly. Our belly. Desires what we consider goodness. Desires our goodness for ourselves. There's our inward desire, our outward seeking, and our reasoning. Seeking understanding. Three aspects, three primary forces that are as our soul, which reflects these three primary categories of self or terms of the self logos. which is what is required for reversion. If you weren't seeking the one, how could you get into philosophy? If you weren't seeking excellence or beauty, how could you get into philosophy? If you weren't seeking the truth, how could you get into philosophy? How could you revert? How could you find the true nature of the self or the one or the good? So what? So if we have one self and good self, reflecting goodness here, that drives us to, so we can say we've got a soul drive to knowledge or enlightenment or the isles of the blessed or beauty, justice, goodness, excellence, etc. Because we seek the goodness, because that's the word, goodness. Oneness, it's experienced as a oneness. And it's also, as we've got in the book from Diotima, the experience of beauty itself, or self-beauty, is truth. So what? Oneness, a whole of parts, requires a more primary principle, one. Just as if there has to be an idea for black, of black, for my shirt to have blackness. Model to creation. Oneness, or is the shadow, different kind of creation. Just as this is a creation as model to copy, this is a scent or more immediate, more effortless, more natural shadow kind of creation, or scent of a flower creation. Oneness, it's experienced as a oneness. Goodness, bliss, beauty. Truth of reality. For there to be a oneness, there has to be a one. For there to be a goodness, there has to be a good. For there to be truth, there has to be true. To say this is the truth. Meaning, this use of these self-logos pairs that we have used in the Parmenides to describe the one self that we seek through reversion, we could equally do our own dialectic on the good self by describing the self and describing describing the good, rubbing them together, using what we have learnt from our experience of knowledge and our functioning through understanding. So this heroic use of, or heroic state of being of Hercules, to have the state of mind of knowing and the functioning of understanding, human excellence, you can apply back to yourself and say, hey, everything I've experienced, did I experience infinity in that knowledge? Was there nothing outside, so it was also limited? In other words, I experienced a oneness. Parmenides uses those experiences and understanding, knowledge and understanding, in a dialectic to describe the one self. We would never have got that unless Socrates' soul had a question, desiring understanding. Here he is. Hey, buddy, I came here seeking understanding. Parmenides grins and says, let's do it. I'm going to describe the second hypothesis, knowing. I'm going to describe the third, how it functions through understanding. And the two of them can be used together to get the ideal of these, yourself, and use them to reach the ultimate goal, the self, by describing a pure one and rubbing it up against the self in a dialectic, the highest kind of dialectic, self and other. Well, self, I'm picking self, other, I'm picking one. The highest term that we seek through reason and understanding. Which means everything you've been learning about these terms, you can do your own ultimate dialectic. Everything you've experienced, whatever you've experienced or imagined, if you haven't had the experience, about beauty, justice, yeah, that's fair enough. Using the text, of course. Everything you've understood and all of the previous dialectics we've been doing in the text about beauty itself, justice itself, and self-excellence. all of the demonstrations we've been doing of our own dialectics on these things, all of the division, our attempts to share it with Emma and others, comes together for you, and being able to use that knowing and understanding of these things to create an idea of not goodness, that's how you experience it, good. The good. That you can say, hey, all of these descriptors of the good, that is a kind of good that's even more pure than goodness, just as we seek oneness of understanding. Oops. We can take this and use them in a different way. Compare this to a pure one that we can then apply to the one self. Everything we've been learning about the model of learning and its distortion in our pathologos beliefs, the cause of human problems, lesser, greater, and equal, the stagnant analogy versus the Dharma analogy, the mean analogy. Pure, not truth, but pure true, that you can use to rub together with the self. There's our self logos, self against logos, the logos of a pure one, the logos of pure true. True self. You can do that. And I gotta do it to make some space. True self. That you seek with that part of your soul that wants honesty, doesn't want to be grifted to, that hates charlatans, which is why we are in such a beef. It's the soul seeking of truth that makes this beef so viral on the internet, this beef with Emma.
I'm too pure. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a...
If you're experiencing a mental health freaks.
Emma. Her Twitch moderators are insane. Get rid of them and unban me permanently so I can say anything I want forever. And only then will I go on the majority report. Those are the terms of the beef. Crazy, I know. Truth, and it sucks because I was honest. I was telling the truth and I was functioning in a good way. And I was helping her come to a oneness. Whether or not she was interested in it or not, secondary. I'm doing my best.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you.
Oh no.
And I'm going to get you.
Oh no. Please don't. So, compare the knowledge or the wisdom experience of whole positives of whole parts and say can't be either, can't be this kind of whole, and it definitely can't have parts for a pure one, the one self. Can't be this kind of greater, this kind of lesser, this kind of equal, different to that, but in a like it. So again, same and different, like and unlike, like it but different, a pure truth, the true self. Like the experience of beauty, experienced as a whole of all parts, but in a unique kind of way where it doesn't have parts. Unique kind of greater where it doesn't have a part, doesn't have different, doesn't have like. Can you imagine? Hey, justice itself, the model for our justice in the world, a whole of all the parts perfectly necessarily ordered. What if there was a kind of justice that's unique? It doesn't have parts. Kind of perfectly ordered that is so perfectly ordered that it doesn't even have parts. You do that for a pure good. Hey, your sandwich is good because it is whole. I mean, good. Pure good. To do a dialectic on the good self. which means using the principle of truth analogy, we can say, just as this development of understanding can help purify the lower level beliefs and is a meditation or preparation to experience the model, so too, this pure dialectic can help purify your recognition and understanding of knowledge as, while being excellent, not the ultimate, while beliefs can appear real, they're not the self, while knowledge can appear even more real than that, it's not the self, purifying function of what's below, but also a meditative or perfecting function of what's higher. The preparation or the dialectic, the purest dialectic on the one self, the good self, or the true self, is a preparation for what? We need to go back into the text. Why? Because we need to make sure we're not going off on some crazy ass tangent. It needs to be in the text. Tenth. How about 10th? Okay, how about 10? How about 10 with a space on both sides? 10 what? Holy shit, hang on a second. I'm gonna cheat a little bit because holy shit. 10 divisions in the class of interpreters. Not there yet, but holy crap. Are there going to be 10 divisions in the class of interpreters? That's one of the key messages of the book. All of the stuff we're saying is fine and great and helpful for us, but we also need to share it, which means recognizing all of the different ways people can respond to truth. Different kinds of interpretations. If there's 10, and we are hypothesizing that there are not 9 hypotheses of Parmenides, but 10, do they fit together? Here we go. Page 18. Socrates, I am very pleased to hear of something, whatever was prior. It is likely to be similar to what can be seen in, the Kabbalah, right? This was the, one of those 10 classes of interpreters is the patchwork. There's a new truth, and instead of just taking the new truth and sacrificing the old beliefs, we take a little bit of the new truth and use it as a patch. I'm still Christian, but I'm going to drop the homophobic stuff. I'm still Christian, but I'm going to drop the it's okay to rape your daughters stuff. I'm still Christian, but I'm going to drop the subjugate women and blame women for sin stuff. I'm still Christian, but I'm going to drop the you're going to go to hell if you eat shellfish stuff. Crazy and bullshit and no integrity and nonsense, but every single Christian does it. Fucked, but there you go. Patchwork. Take a patch of the new and patch it to the old. And the Kabbalah takes the Parmenides understanding, no, much, much higher than those understandings, even though they're all good, fine. And takes the Sephardic tradition and adds it to Parmenides. That's the Kabbalah. So that's one of those 10 classes of interpreters. We haven't got to the 10 yet, but oh, carry that puzzle with us for no extra charge. Oh, interesting. So in Plato's Parmenides, you can find the 9 hypotheses, and with Zeno's, you have the 10. What's Zeno's hypothesis? I don't know. Okay. So, hypothesis of the one self. Third hypothesis of Parmenides is third hypothesis. Fourth hypothesis, second hypothesis. So we haven't got there yet, but there is lots more about these hypotheses. So what are we doing? Well, we've got we've got from the book. Oh shit. Did it wrong. Hang on. We have license to find the 10th, is what I'm saying. How do we do that? Analogy. Why? Analogy is truth, or the principles to seek truth. Unfolding as a teacher. Reverting as a student. We are studenting right now. So, analogously, we can look at what we can see in the lesser to hypothesize about the greater. What have we seen? We've seen the art of the dialectic can purify us from identifying with false beliefs and perfect us in preparing us for an understanding of its higher cause. So too, you don't want to be like a Taoist and confuse the experience of the brilliant light of being for ultimate reality. Understanding that self-beauty, self-justice all use the word self, therefore there has to be a higher term of self. And that all of these descriptors either come into the category of goodness, which implies the good, oneness, which implies the one, truth, which implies the true. So that's not the end, that's not the self. Purifying a false identification with knowing, but also a kind of perfecting, preparing us to know what we are after. What's the 10th hypothesis? What else can we see of one or the other? One is the reflection of it into parts. The model is the model as a whole. Therefore, the one self, the good self, and the true self is itself, in a much, much higher way, kind of parts of a whole. Like and unlike. Like it in that principle, unlike it in that it's a more transcendent, profound sense. What else can we see from the model of the... One's a functioning of the other. So the highest functioning of the self would be to be like Parmenides and express this first hypothesis. But the model of creation is different. So perhaps this takes a kind of effort or power or activity. The model of creation of a model to copy, whereas maybe this is the functioning of the self to be one, good, true, automatically, effortlessly, more excellently. What else can we see? Well, these terms we use in understanding dialectics, beauty, justice, excellence, they're not actually parts, are they? Justice, a necessary ordering of the parts. Is that a kind of harmony? So can we say self-harmony is different from justice? It is, but it isn't. They're together. Can you have one without the other? A necessary ordering of parts with a harmonious ordering of parts? By the way, beauty, does that require a harmony? Are they different things? Is beauty different than harmony? Yep. Are they independent? Nope. Sort of. Aspects. Saw a beautiful girl and she was unjust. Psychopath. How beautiful is she? Someone with a just soul. Seem beautiful? Yep. Aspects. Can we apply that same reasoning to these? Is it a good bike if it's not one? Nope. Is it a good sandwich that we desire because we desire the good. If it's not wholesome or falling apart, not one. Truth. True. A good football player lied to score the winning goal. Maradona. Is he really that good? Is truth good? Do we desire things to be told to us that are true? If we outlaw knowingly lying on media, politicians and billionaire sponsored fucking bullshit artists who lie to us and manipulate people, the Ben Shapiros of the world, will we be able to unify as a race because these people lie about browns being scary, etc.? Poors being the problem, not wealth inequality, because they're paid by the people who are manufacturing and benefiting personally in the small term, not in the soul, not in the world, from exploitation. In other words, for a good world and a unified world, we need to tell the truth. Are this true and good and one different things? Yep. Are they disconnected? Nope. Do they imply each other? Yep. Aspects. What? Well, one self. We need to go from many to one, right? The beautiful things, the A's to the beauty itself that we experience here. And what are we doing here? What's the common element? Self, self, self. So we're after the self. We can put that in. The model upon which the good self, the one self, and the true self is its what? Functioning? Reflection? Activity? Shadow? Not quite sure yet. What we're after is the something self. What is going to be the other that we rub against self to reach the 10th hypothesis? We've already exhausted the highest terms. We've exhausted the highest qualities in 2, the dialectic on the second hypothesis, knowing. The highest positives together, greatest whole, greatest parts. We've exhausted the greatest functioning from one to the other in understanding. What's left? Well, we've gone from the greatest qualities to an even more primary term, from oneness to the one, from beauty, justice, excellence to, or goodness to the good, and from lesser, greater, equal to, or truth to the true. So the highest way of understanding this, therefore, would be, make some room for it, or the highest hyparxis of the second hypothesis would be somehow oneness, goodness, and truth in a hyparxis way. How do we know it has to be the hyparxis? because the hyparxis, or the fullest flowering of all of the aspects, has to be these three things, because it has one foot in the other. And we know the next level has one good true. So that perfectly demonstrates, brilliantly demonstrates, the principle of hyparxis. Oneness, goodness, and truth has a kind of existence in this dimension of knowledge or being, but it has a different kind of existence in one true good. One true good versus goodness, truth, oneness. Oneness to one, goodness to good, truth to true. A foot in each level. Necessary for analogy, greater expression to the lesser. The greater, put over here. We are using these terms to revert truthfully. Greater is to lesser. That's the principle of hyparxis. The greater, one, self, good, self, true, self, the lesser, goodness. Knowing yourself as goodness, knowing yourself as truth, knowing yourself as oneness. But all of these are aspects, not parts, kind of parts, but aspects. And how can we describe the 10th? Well, we've run out of others, haven't we? We've run out of others to rub against self. What we want is the self. Hang on a second. We have been talking about the significance of introducing a few key words. You can't play this game unless you introduce certain key words. What are the key words? Necessary. Let's zoom into that a little bit. Necessary. Key. This is why we have this huge beef with Emma right now. Keywords or names. We need Usia. Let's put a different color. Usia. Logos. Eidos. E-I-D-O-S. The aspects. These are the aspects. Mistranslated in modern philosophy and Roman, Aristotelian, Christian, modern traditions of love of opinions, not real philosophers, forms. Plato's forms. Fuck off with Plato's forms. The Greek word is eidos, which means aspects you can behold, intelligible. Eidos. If you don't have the word, you can't play. Hyparxis. Now, hyparxis is English anyway, but it's kind of a weird one because it's not commonly known, but so I'll put an asterisk because it is an English word, and of course, altos. Self. The altos understanding of the self. Why is that a necessary word? Well, first of all, we know definitely it's going to be mistranslated. Because our mistranslations, we have understood why they happen. We project our beliefs. We are more likely to project our beliefs the closest it reflects the self or the logos. 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 Our logos understanding of what the true is, including the logos terms, the triads. Our logos or understanding of what the good is. Our logos monads, beauty, justice, excellence. Our logos or understanding of what the one is, whole part, the pairs. There's our self and logos together. If the pathologos or blocks function to block the logos, it's going to be mistranslated. Because this is the highest term, it will necessarily trigger us. It has to, otherwise there would be an unjust world. If we could reach our excellence without also doing midwifery and dream analysis, we wouldn't be able to, we would have an excuse for not doing what we're literally born to do. And we would have a negative reincarnation because we haven't purified our false belief, and we would say, it's so unfair. I reached the Altos self. And I didn't even have to address my... So I did my best. It's your fault, reality. Can't say that because it will trigger our blocks. So we can guarantee there will be some mistranslation, and we know that because that's what we've been doing. For the years that we've been streaming, we've seen over and over again, one of the key mistranslated words is the self, necessarily, and through experience. So. What's the significance of this highest term, self? It's an honorific, like Senpai Awakening. Shout out to my sexy Twitch followers that look like this. All right. That's you. Oh my god, so sexy. It's an honorific, and it means also the beautiful self-beauty. What's that mean? One self. Good self. If self is an honorific, that means being, which is another way of saying the. Therefore, we can say the self as make this color, make it the self as have you got it? Are you there? Should I give you some time? If self, Altos self, is the honorific, which means excellence, as in the self-shield of Achilles, or the ideal woman, the woman who is, you could say, is self-woman, because she stands above all else. If it's the honorific, that applies to self-beauty, self-justice, which is in English for us, the beautiful, which the Russians need to put in. Then if we are after from one self, good self, to true self, what is self? We're after the self. It's another way of saying self. That will overcome our issue of the fact we've literally used the highest possible ideas that themselves transcend even experience, because a pure one breaks down the conditions for experience. It's the cause of experience. For there to be a oneness, whole of parts, there has to be a one. For any experience, there has to be something experiencing it. You have the experience, so part of you is in the experience when you begin, then the whole of you is in it, and then as you leave, awakening senpai. Ooh. So all experience, even the highest experience, is a oneness. But that requires as a principle one and a self to have the experience. So The dialectic is self to other. We're using literally the highest term for self and literally a game-breaking set of terms, because the true is higher than truth, the good is higher than goodness that you can experience in the second hypothesis, or knowing, or pure usia, or usia. And the one it goes beyond oneness. So we're out of terms. These are the three literal highest terms. So what are we going to rub up against self? As the cause of oneself, one and good and true are going to be itself aspects of the self, or autos, self. In other words, you have to do a dialectic on this, a dialectic on this, a dialectic on this. We already have this one from Parmenides. And you show how they come together as necessary aspects of a greater whole. The self, or self. Or if this comes from an understanding of the pure one that we rub against self, of the good that we rub against self, of true that we rub against self, can we say logos? Self? Or maybe both. If we function through the logos through understanding, if we experience the logos through the ultimate experience, if we can use the logos to say, hey, we can understand the one self, good self, and true self, in some way the logos can be applied to the self. Not in any of the ways that we apply to anything else. Can we say this is a logos? This is a logos? This is a logos? Can we say one, good, and true are the aspects of logos? If we can unify these into a single idea of logos, because we've done these through different dialectics, can that be what we rub up against the self? There is something void of qualities as it's a pure one. It's a beauty of a whole that doesn't have any parts, a pure good, a goodness that isn't a goodness because it's oneness. It is some sort of good that's beyond having parts. It's some sort of true that there can't even be a true expression of it. It's beyond even a copy or a model. It's beyond even model to copy. As we can have knowing as the model of justice and beauty, you can't even have this, you can't even make a copy because there's no parts to copy. Something along those lines. And that one, that's rational one, that is the highest good and is true, is that the unique expression of the logos that applies to this dimension? Just as There's a kind of logos in our pathologos here, the cause of human problems. There is a kind of logos that's excellent logos in understanding dialectic and experiencing the logos or the intelligibility of mind all at once. We've gone from physical or becoming to mind to self. Self has the experiences, so it can't be an experience. But it has to have the capacity to have the experience. There must be some kind of logos inherent in the self for it to have its unfoldment into pure experience of mind, pure excellence of understanding dialectic, distortion through this line of reflection into distortion, beliefs and conflict, sadism, suffering, human problems, and its function to reject or deny the logos. These are all lower reflections of a higher through dimensions, greater to lesser. Or greater, lesser, equal. Showing that everything you've gone through up until this point is needed to perfectly give the idea of true. If you're going to do a dialectic on true, just as we have a dialectic on one, Parmenides describes the second hypothesis. He uses the second hypothesis. He said, hey, imagine the greatest oneness, a whole of all parts. Oh my God. By the way, a whole of all parts, that's still a manyness. He describes the greatest to distinguish it from the pure. Pure one can't have parts, so it can't be the greatest experience of knowing everything all at once. Because that's a wholeness, sure. Of all the parts, absolutely. Equally so, it's unlimited, it's infinity, but there's nothing you're missing, so it's limited and unlimited. You're perfectly at rest, you've reached your goal, but you're perfectly knowing yourself. It's the most dynamic, beautiful experience. Got all the motion in at rest. The highest of this to distinguish it from, or the greatest, just as all of our human work in addressing our problems, we address our shitty states of mind, especially in dreams, the negative states of mind, our negative functioning, our conflict, the cause of war, the cause of suffering, the cause of, hey, what's the cause of all war, suffering, and inequality? Beliefs. One word, easy. Easy peasy. Belief. As a cognitive function, numbered 4 within a series. How does belief function? Destroy the logos. Block the logos. What's the name for blocking the logos? A problem. A problem isn't a problem if it blocks you from doing something bad, but if it blocks the good, or the one, or the true, the logos, you've understood the nature of human problems. That's the movement from understanding your problems and then using the art, once you've addressed your problems, to help others until you realize, hang on a second, there is an understanding of human problems themselves. That's the need to participate in truth or the Dharma. If you don't benefit from Diotima like Socrates and then pass it on, sure, you've removed your individual problems, but in helping others remove their problems, as we do with Emma, if this beef can ever come to an end and the internet can be free again, we will see, hang on a second, there is an essential nature about all human problems. A problem ain't a problem the way people think. I've got a problem. I can't be a billionaire and crush the poor. That's not a problem, son. In other words, you have to be in the books that we read, have a nose in the text. A problem is only a problem if it blocks what? Blocks you from, hey, oneness. Are your problems distractions? Tangents? Negative self-talk that takes you down avenues that you don't want to go down. A manyness, not a oneness. Is a problem that which prevents you from, hey, if you're stopped from reaching a bad thing, if someone stops you from eating the poison, is that a problem? No! Therefore, problems only block goodness. I've got a problem. I can't lie to my public on Fox News anymore because the just people have recognized the logos and made it a law that you can't knowingly lie to people on public broadcasts because they can be manipulated to act against their own fucking benefit. Law 1, once the logos takes over. Once we become rational, mature. But I want to lie to people to exploit them the way I was exploited by my dear mummy and daddy. And they were exploited by her dear mummy and daddy, and their dear mummy and daddy, right the way back to the cave. Is that a problem? No. Therefore, the highest aspects or qualities or aspects or qualities or eidos, logos. The highest intelligible parts, qualities, aspects, or the highest logos of oneness, of knowing is oneness, goodness, and truth. Therefore, only by helping others and passing on the Dharma, so baked into reality is the necessity for teaching. Prior to Pierre Grimes, there were no philosophers. Since we murdered Socrates and what we've been looking at in the book that have developed from that. We're reading his book. We need more Pierre Grimeses. That's you. Baked into the fabric of reality is, unless you do share what you're seeing, midwife others, as Socrates was benefited by Diotima, he benefited us, or as Pierre teaches us, we have to teach others, and only then can we recognize that the root nature of human problems is a block from what is one, what is good, and what is true. The pathologos blocks the logos. The logos is therefore one, good, true. The three primary aspects of logos. If you can unify that into a logos, we can see, hey, just as the version of logos in the physical realm of belief and materialism is a distortion, 4 and 5, lie, debate, bullshit, grift. You're still using words, you're still using thinking, you're still saying, hey, by the way, have you noticed that this is a problem you face, being poor? Yes. Have you noticed scary brown person? Yes. A kind of dialectic. Therefore, your problems are scary brown person. Join ICE, murder and rape brown people while we exploit everyone. A kind of logos, but a distortion. To destroy or deny the logos. Cause of human problems. There is its opposite. Because I think it will benefit me as a part, as a member of my tribe. I grew up rich, says Elon Musk, and racist. I'm going to be a good Musk and be racist rich man. It benefits me as a part. I can be Emma from the Majority Report's Twitch moderator and shit on someone so I can feel big as a part. Look how big and powerful and strong I am. Bullshit. Huge beef with her right now.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now?
Whore.
Sorry. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So, benefiting the whole, not the parts, but the whole. Not the lesser, but the greater. Dialectic, understanding, principles, benefits everyone. Yes, even billionaires. give up your ignorance, you will all win.
Win, 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 win. And it's a win. 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 It's a win.
Everyone wins. The lesser to the greater. Also the experience of the whole. Benefit the whole. Experience the whole. Harm everyone. Experience sadism. Harm itself. Belief. All of the parts we have come to use in understanding come together in the direct understanding of the direct experience. That greater experience of the greater we take with us. To compare it against a pure version. In other words, by seeing the parts, you can recognize the whole. By seeing the whole, you can recognize the pure. Analogy. Hey, you know how you think you're benefited by being a billionaire? That's a really lesser kind of benefit. Imagine a world where you never even have to worry about your bank account, or getting a personal security guard, or getting Luigi Mangioni'd, or water being poisoned, or a nuclear... Imagine, wouldn't that be even better than watching children starve? Everything you see about human problems, the parts allowing you to see the lesser to see the greater. The parts to see the whole. The parts of human problems to see human problems themselves. Pathologos is anti-oneness, goodness, and truth. We see, hey, strict dualism, people who say there is no whole. And conflict, people who hurt the whole, hurt others. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't? What if we could experience the whole? Knowing. What if we could benefit everyone? Understanding. Dialectic. So somehow in the unfolding through these dimensions of reality, we experience a greater to lesser, same and different. It's the same but different. It's the same but different. Our human distortions here, but that's the unfolding, allowing us to return in some way by recognizing the principles that we seek. Goodness for ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to return. We seek oneness. We've got to make sense of things in our experience and understanding. Otherwise, we wouldn't seek pure experience and pure understanding. And we can only do it through analogy or the principles of truth. Lesser to greater to whole. What we see as parts, we can anticipate and understand necessarily as the model. That's the logos that Emma needs to see. And the Democratic Party needs. Necessarily. Humanity needs. Everyone needs. By taking all the parts of the lesser together into a principle, we have the hyparxis. The highest principle that explains the manyness. What's the best functioning of the many souls? Understanding. That's why we're interested in Emma. And everyone who lives on my soundboard. They are the people who are most interested in and sharing understanding. Good heart, good head. Unifies the many. Hey, as soon as they say, let's stop reporting on the, or making fun of, or crying about the many problems, let's end it by addressing its cause, we have gone from understanding the many to understanding the principles and causes and preconditions. That's understanding. Now you've got to head in here. By unifying the less or the many, that's the principle, the needed principle of hyparxis. By looking at all the greatness itself, beauty itself, justice itself. How do they all come together? What's the hyparxis? They're all one model for everyone. It benefits or is good. Everyone wins. And by the way, no one's fucking lying to you like on Fox News or Debate or Charlie Kirk or Republicans or Nazis or Netanyahu or Putin, all of these worst people. It's true. One, good and true. We experience it as the hyparxis. Hey, oneness, goodness, trueness or truth. Just as in the physical world, we wanted to seek a tentpole or paradigm, a model, we want it to be one, good and true, the principle. So too, what's the principle of oneness, goodness, and truth? The principle behind it, that's the principle of one, good, and truth. No, true. Truth that is his expression. That we seek, that we desire for ourselves, and that we want to unify in understanding. The three aspects of our soul that drive us, that we collectively call the soul. How do we get there? Understanding, tick. Desiring it, tick. Can we make use of the word true? Final piece of the puzzle. Piece of the puzzle. Final piece of the puzzle. Now, what's the self-logos terms for true, lesser, greater, equal, whole, or pure? Different kind of a whole. Equal whole. Or pure. Just as by taking all of the lesser, we can unify it to a basic principle. So we take with us the lesser in the hyparxis for the greater. So too, we can take all of the greater, unify all of the aspects, eidos, we need the word eidos, of goodness together, or greatness, the lesser to the greater, all of the greater together, as a hyparxis, as a principle, just as all of the lessers is not greater, all of the greater is not the pure. So our description of a pure oneness is not, or the description of the greatest oneness is not the pure one. The description of the greatest goodness is not a pure good. And the description of the greatest truth is not pure true. In a unique kind of special way, as the greater is the greatest expression of all the wholes and parts, Is there a kind of whole that... So in other words, we've got... Let's draw another diagram. What are we doing now? We're making use of what we have discovered as the third term that can apply to the self. True. So, we have a dimension that stinks. Hades. Make it dirty. Hades, Earth. Belief and strict dualists. Republicans and Democrats. 4 and 5. 4 and 5. Belief, which is a false model of the true that's in conflict with everything good. Parts against the whole. And strict dualists. There is no whole. Fuck you. You're banned from Emma's Twitch. So there's a section of 5 yellow for the brilliant light of being. The section of 5 that's here. If this is the lesser or the parts. Now, I'm using parts and whole because they are a lesser greater expression, but we could take any of the lesser greater expressions that we have of the self logos pairs. Like, unlike, same, different. Play with them yourself. Have fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the
There is what we've been reading. A whole. Maybe we're going to make these circles bigger. This is the whole. The greater of the whole. There is a knowing, which is the whole. Highest parts and the highest whole together. Is understanding that has the whole in relation to the parts. Together. Strict dualists, of course, parts and no whole. Belief never gets to experience the whole, but is in conflict with it. Understanding can experience both at the same time. So too can knowing. Well, this is the question. Where do we put knowing? But we've got three terms. Need to bring in the self, the equal or the pure. Pure. We're getting a description of the one self. Good self and true self that has the whole but no parts, is a whole but doesn't have parts, doesn't touch the parts. Understanding seems to be here. You're still in the physical world. State of mind of the whole functioning in the part. Here's the question. Is knowing here? No, because it's the whole of all parts. It's both. Knowing seems to be here. Oh shit. Right. So knowing is here. Jesus. Knowing is here. Damn it. As I say, knowing is here. Belief is a part at war with the whole. I have a sword, a shield, sword here. That's belief. Understanding helps. What's the sign of helping? Love her. No. Yes. Beef. So understanding kind of traverses both, doesn't it? Be a whole and then part. So understanding is the day walker. Can live in both worlds. Hercules live in both worlds. Hades and heaven. Believers can never reach heaven. which is ironic because that's the grift. If you just sacrifice everything good in your development and the good, the one and the true, and accept these limits, you will get to heaven. Bull fucking shit. Not true. In principle, and we don't have to justify that, it's just true. Seen it a million times. Meaning this is the self. A whole that doesn't have parts. A pure whole. A one that doesn't have many. No parts. Pure one. So what's this? It's got to be self. Is there that? See, what we're doing is we're taking all of the lesser parts to distinguish it against it, to say that the greater isn't that. Equally so, we take all of the aspects of the greater to distinguish it against the self, to say that the one self, the good self, or the true self isn't that. It's not greater, it's whole. This is the greater here. That's the greater. This seems to be the pure. Or equal. Pure or equal. I don't know if this is the right model. Maybe there's nothing up here. And is there something in here that's a whole but no parts? That's not the self. Can't be, can't be, can't be, can't be. Right, okay, so maybe it's this way. Maybe there's just two circles. And maybe the self is all of it. This is the pure here. Pure. whole and the part. This is tricky. Oh shit, this is tricky. We need to go back to analogy again. What are we trying to do? We're trying to make use of this mysterious third term that allows us to learn, revert, and seek truth. Lesser, greater, equal, pure, or whole. So what have we done? We've said that this is beyond belief. By understanding all false images, beliefs, and opinions, and say understanding has nothing to do with them. Nothing we've done on our channel is an opinion. It's pure truth. Understand? Well, it's truth. Yeah, understanding. So we've gained a whole of the parts to say that, to distinguish it or rub it up against the greater, to see the greater doesn't have that. Equally so, it's an understanding of the greatest of the great to rub it up against a pure one to distinguish it. We apply oneness to a pure one to distinguish it. We define a pure one in reference to what it's not. It's not a oneness. So we can understand and experience the greatest oneness, and we use that to distinguish it from a purer one, distinguishing the greater from the pure. Okay, so that's the first hypothesis. We want to find the 10th. So what's the difference between understanding and knowing so that we can compare it to the first and the 10th? This is tricky. Oh my god, this is one of the longest streams we've ever done. Who cares? It's worth it. I think I've had like 3 different bathroom breaks. So what? So we do the we master understanding to recognize it's a functioning of the whole in relation to the parts. We're making use of the aspects that we can experience all at once. There's a kind of functioning that maps. So the one self is a kind of functioning of the self, or self-self. We use understanding to prepare ourselves for the one self, for knowledge. We're making use of it as difference. So it's the first hypothesis is a kind of functioning shadow. Shadow is the key word. Shadow is the key word. So the book's given us clues. The 3 big problems we have to awaken is: how does the one create being? How does the being create becoming? Shadow and model to copy, or greater to lesser. But greater itself is a more immediate shadow of the pure. So, analogy. As understanding is a functioning use, artfully model to copy, using the model of justice to understand that beliefs are not just, or using the model of justice to help people follow logos to understand justice. So to the one self is a kind of functioning of the one to purify ourselves from knowledge preparing us for the self itself. But what's the difference? What's the difference? Okay, functioning, fine. Purification, okay, let's write them down. So we've got first hypothesis has to somehow purify ourselves from that. Yes, got that. It's not a oneness. That's how you define it. By defining a oneness, you can distinguish it from a pure one which doesn't have parts. Gotcha. So it's a purifying from this. Number two, understanding can purify ourselves from beliefs, but also can be applied to understand what's above it. So we can use the first hypothesis to understand what's the self, the one self to understand the self. Understanding is its parts, not its parts, but its aspects. So we're using its aspects, one, good and true. So to experience the self, you're experiencing one, good and true at once. You may recognize the self more as a one, that's pure qualities, pure one. You may recognize it as a good that doesn't have any experience, or pure good. You may recognize it as the truth of reality and pure, and there's no experiences. There's no experiences that you have to distinguish it against to recognize it as these qualities. That might be the difference. If this is a whole of all parts, if knowledge is a whole of all parts, you can recognize, shit, this is the most true thing or real thing I've ever experienced in comparison to my physical life, my images, my parts, my problems, my everyday life. Like waking from a dream. That dream wasn't real because I can compare it, what I'm doing now, to the dream. That's how I know I'm awake. Analogy. It's more good or blissful in comparison to the kinds of experiences of goodness that you've experienced in your body, which is the irony behind believers seeking politics and religious positions because they're missing the true pleasure. They're addicted to bodily pleasure, which if they ever get to experience true goodness or bliss, they wouldn't be so gung-ho in gaining power through oppression and murder and enslavement to do their sexual pleasures or their sadistic pleasures or bodily pleasures. That's the irony. If they knew what was real, they wouldn't be seeking to find a position of power to stay addicted to their addiction. That's why the worst condition is 5. The Democrats should be doing better. Yes. Baby wants to shoot people. Your job as the adult in the room is to establish a paradigm, otherwise, because they don't know any better. Fascists, religious people, they don't know any better. How many movies do you have to see of people growing up in a cult? I'm trying to get through Severance Season 2. It's so hard. Season 1's pretty good. Severance Season 2 sucks. God damn, it's so slow paced. Is there a new director or something? I can't get through these episodes. It's that lady just looking at things earnestly. Why? Where's the puzzle? Give me the puzzle. And there's so much sadism, like torture and stuff. Fine, show us the torture as the stakes, but don't embrace it. Anyway. Yeah. Baby wants gun. The adult should take that gun away from baby and help baby address their addiction. Dems. Or the good people, so we don't allow Nancy Pelosi's to take over because they are also fascists. They don't, or dualists that play out their mini fascism because they also have their beliefs that they're addicted to. Make the dollar bills, y'all, with the insider trading. Get that APAC money. Watch those kids die so your bank numbers go up. They shouldn't be there. They're not qualified. Don't give gun to baby. Fibers. So what? So the oneness, the goodness and the truth that we experience in knowledge, we recognize it as such in comparison to everything else. To the parts, to the division, to the ignorance, to the individual lifetime. We see the whole of our soul, all of our lifetimes as a whole, and we recognize that's more real in comparison to whatever we recognize or have had as parts. But again, you'll go down, reincarnate. We need to do the preparation to, after the brilliant light of being experienced when we die, go up. Doesn't seem to be the fact that you can dwell there. In that it's an experience, there must be a end. If we want to be as eternal and like gods as humanly possible, we need to go beyond. In other words, staying at 2, like a Taoist, is a kind of pathologos, in a sense, if you identify with it. So what? So we better do the work to understand this greatest experience, which is, by the way, literally what we've been reading in the book is dream analysis. You can have these great experiences, but dream analysis gets you to remember them and gets you to reflect on them. That's what makes it the spiritual discipline, the greatest spiritual discipline, because you get to re-experience it and break it down in understanding. So you can remember it, keep it as your state of mind, integrate it, but also recognize, hey, if it's a state of mind, it's not the end. If it's an experience, it will have an end. What does it imply? Is there a goodness that you don't recognize in relation to the lesser, to the parts? See, it's not parts either, because it is whole and parts together. It's greater and lesser. That's interesting. Yeah, that's why I've been fucked up. I've been trying to integrate whole and part, which are the dualists, to the greater, lesser, and equal, which is the triads. It's not whole and part. It's greater, lesser, and equal. Or pure. I wonder if there's a different Greek name for lesser, greater, and equal that's different from equal and lesser, or different from whole and part. Maybe the word is pure. I wonder if there's a Greek word. There is a section in the Phaedo, Socrates' Last Day, where he breaks down, hey, you know how we've been doing these dialectics on the one, these duads? And you know how we can also take the monads, beauty, justice, goodness. He also mentions holiness, which is weird. Don't know about that one. I mean, I haven't seen what he means by that yet. I think it just means of the nature of the divine. Actually, yeah, there's a whole dialectic about that. There's also a triad, lesser, greater, and equal. So I wonder if there's a different Greek word for equal. I think I've actually looked this up and it isn't, but we can call it pure. Maybe we'll have to make one up. Let's say pure. Equal. Equals, yeah, because we have it here. It's analogy. We become equal to, but it's not equal and unequal. It's a triad equal. So it's equal, I think equal / whole is how it's translated. To say it's not whole as in whole and parts. It's not equal as in equal and lesser, because equal and lesser I think comes up in the first hypothesis too. Anyway, it's a triad. So we can look at this as triads. In reference to the lesser, we recognize the greater as different. In the first hypothesis, we take the greater and we distinguish it from the equal or the pure. Pure one. Let's use pure. Equal, pure. Let's use both. But that distinction, the functioning of the one self is to distinguish or purify from the greater, just as we can purify from the lesser in beliefs, in the greater functioning of understanding. So too can we purify or distinguish from the greater. But also we need to perfect to the model. So this pure one, that's also the one self, it's a two words, that's one thing, is still not the model. In what way is it not the model? Is there some sort of recognition of self as one, provided you've done this education and learning and nurture? In the pure one experience, is there some self-aware of it? Oh, by the way, there's nothing to compare this against. And that's the kind of unique pure one that I am, that self is. There is nothing coming together into a goodness, as in the brilliant light of being doorway that I've walked through to reach this, but it's still good. But it's good in a higher sense. There is nothing false that I have been leaving in the movement from the physical world to being, the brilliant light of pure being, from Hades to heaven in mythology. There is no coming to be in an experience of pure truth, because there's no parts, it's a pure one. There's nothing to compare it against, it's a pure good. There's nothing ugly or unjust to compare it against, it's a pure good. It's nothing part or different to compare it against in a pure one, and it's nothing lesser to compare it against in recognizing it as the greatest. It's a kind of greater. This is tricky because we've been using duads up until this time. It's not a part. It's a whole, but not a part. No parts. No parts. It can't ever have parts. It's a kind of whole that's unique. Different from a pure oneness of all parts. It's a kind of a good that isn't a coming to rest out of motion so you're at peace. A coming to freedom out of being limited by physical problems and beliefs. It's not a coming to be goodness you can compare it against as the brilliant light of being. It's a kind of, wow, infinity, that's so good, it's so blissful in comparison to not knowing, to ignorance. It's like that. It's a kind of infinite, but there's no limits that you can compare it against. It's outside the scope of experience. That includes experiencing the greater and the lesser. So we have to learn to recognize pure one, pure good, and pure true, independent from comparisons. In particular, the last comparison, the brilliant light of being, or the hyparxis of the greatest experience that you've walked through, if you've gone through it that way. Now, there are Buddhists and stuff that try and jump to the top or whatever, but I don't know about that. Socrates keeps using the word doorway, passageway, gateway, or bridge in the text. So maybe that's it. Maybe you do compare it against the greater. In the same way, you recognize the greater in comparison to how much it sucked to be ignorant and many and divided. You compare the one, the good and the true against the greatest experience of oneness, goodness, and truth to recognize it as even greater. Yes, that would make sense. But our question isn't that. It's how does that relate to its cause? Because that is itself a comparison functioning from a model. In other words, what's the difference between this state of being and this state of being? Is there a state of being through which you can recognize the one self, the good self, and the true self? And how is that a gateway or preparation to the next stage, just as you can make the stepwise movement, especially from understanding to knowing? That's a huge jump. In fact, yes, that's the thing. Each of these jumps are bigger. The jump from belief to understanding is profound, but nowhere near as profound as the jump from understanding to pure bliss of knowing. Equally so, we can take that transition, here is taking truth with us, taking analogy with us. You could recognize the exponential increasement of jumps of division in those incommensurate or different kind of a thing jumps, to recognize that the jump from bliss to the one self is going to be even greater from understanding to knowing everything all at once. That's huge, that jump from understanding to knowing. It's even more huge from knowing to the self. We have to carry with us the logos, so we recognize the jump from greater to lesser, truth. From copy to model, truth. And in that jump, not be put off by the jump in the change to different truth or copy to model, but keep our cool so we can recognize that it's a good and it's a one. So we desire it to stay there and not fall because it's good. So we can recognize it as one. That's it. We take with us our understanding of the first hypothesis. No wonder Parmenides says, I'm going down to explain the first hypothesis. Shouldn't you be there? How is explaining the first hypothesis, the pure oneself that transcends all experience, how is that a diminishment? Why is that returning to a racehorse? A racehorse returning to a race? Returning to what you used to love? Or you do love? Because there is a kind of understanding you take with you to understand what you're in. And recognize it as also good and worth desiring. And recognizing the jump you've just went through so you're not dazed or befuddled or put off. But even that's a doorway to the next stage, which has to be even greater. So what? So our question is, what do we do with our insight that there are three kinds of highest primary dialectics, the one self, the good self, the true self, which are all the highest possible terms that are the ultimate goals that we seek with the three psychic functions that are unified within a human spirit. We want to make sense of things, understand, bring things into a oneness. We get angry when we're confused. I don't understand. We desire good things for ourselves. Eat a nice sandwich. Belly. We desire goodness. And we seek truth You don't want to be lied to. You want a real girlfriend, not a what do they call it? Psychosocial? No, parasocial girlfriend. Emma. Just kidding.
It's a total shit show.
That's a joke. That's a joke. I didn't mean that. So the three primary forces of our soul, functions of our soul, drives of our soul is to return to self. Seek the one, the good, the truth. The greatest experience is its reflection in oneness, goodness, and truth. But even that's not the end. Because our understanding, because there's three qualities of Usia in understanding. There's recognizing itself. That's the model that we were trying to share with Emma. Hey, it's the logos. That's what you've been doing. That's also, the thing that you need to nail down. Understanding. You can use that understanding to purify beliefs, solve problems caused by fascists and right-wingers, or your own beliefs, your own problems. And you can also use that understanding to reflect on what you've experienced as parts or divisions, what must be the whole or model. So there must be some awareness of self, recognizing itself as one, different from a oneness, recognizing itself as good, different from goodness, recognizing itself as true, different from truth. And somehow there is an even greater self that has those three aspects that you can recognize, not know, but understand. There's our taking us back. That's why Pierre Grimes kept saying, oh yeah, you're not going to leave. Like, if we go past, I asked Pierre this once, you go back through this game and you try and go beyond knowledge, right? But go beyond experience. Yeah, definitely. What happens to our understanding? And he says, what, are you going to throw it in the trash? Why would you throw understanding in the trash? He keeps saying, experience is dead. It ends. Even things you touch, it's dead skin cells. Understanding you take back with you. And we've also seen that by doing midwifery with others. It's not the experience. Two twins have the same experience. They understand it differently. Every pathologos is unique. It's our understanding we take back with us. Literally, in our problems, in our growth, in the learning and nurture we can take back with us as souls. In principle, you can't take your Bugattis, but you can take the learning and nurture. All this is from the text, by the way. We're just bringing the text together. But you don't leave it in you take it with you. He says two things. You don't throw it in the trash. That's the negative. And you can take it back with you in your back pocket. In other words, it's this understanding that we are here to master, that we can take back with us. Understanding. That's why philodianoia is better than philosophy. Philosophy means wisdom. Wisdom is understanding of knowledge and the experience, both. Awesome. But philodianoia is higher because you can take understanding beyond experience. A unique kind of wisdom that Socrates calls phronesis in a puzzling way. What's phronesis? Don't know yet. It's one of those words. You can add to the list. Phronesis? And even the Balboa translation doesn't translate this, which gives us a clue. All of these other words are translated accurately in Balboa, but the one word, one of the words, if not the one word, that he has trouble translating properly is phronesis, which would indicate it might be the highest. Philophronesis is beyond philosophy, just as philosophy is beyond philomethesis or love of learning. So what? So we take back with us an understanding that will allow us to reflect on ourselves, Usia. But it's a pure reflection. There's nothing in the way. Like that Batman Nirvana song. Nothing in the way. Where's my guitar? Not right now. Don't get. Nothing in the way. That's my new version. Nothing in the way, but you take back your understanding to distinguish it from the doorway that you've walked through of everything all at once. In the recognition of a pure one, recognition of a pure good, recognition of pure truth, you can also ask, what is the necessary conditions for that? And how can we understand it? Because normally we have to rub two things against each other. One self, good self, true self. But it's not the self. It's going to be a different kind of a game. It's not going to be as divided as the movement from belief to understanding or understanding to knowing. But it's still not the self. And the question is, are the two terms that we rub together to, in that state of the one self, to reflect on the model or necessary cause for oneself, good self, true self, aspects altogether but can be distinguished through understanding? The self, or if the word self means the, is it self-self? Or is it logos self, or self-logos? So maybe self-logos because self to other. Self and the other is logos. Does logos unify one, good and true? Because our question is, what kind of Usia is that? Nature is, because so we've said that there are three things in every level. Two things, logos and Usia. But we could also say three, the self, which fits because we've been looking for a triad. This. The triad is that we've got from the book that applies to the different triads. Here it is. Let's put the triad again. The 12 Olympian gods, or the 4 sets of triads that apply to, that allow us to memorize the principles of metaphysics, are as such. There is an activity. There is a power. And there is a hyparxis or existence. Everything has an existence, has an activity that it functions through, and has some sort of power for it. And it seems like the archetype for all three is, at every level there is a kind of logos, activity. Whether you are using your language to say there is no logos, you are still using your language. So even materialists or strict dualists, the modern Dems that say there is no paradigm, you are still using language that you expect can be understood universally by the next person. That's why you can sue them for defamation if they say you're a rapist and you're not. Even your position of denying the logos implies the logos, which is why, even in our problems or belief, it implies a kind of logos, meaning philosophical midwifery is absolutely necessary for every human being. So if you were to make one change in human culture to make the biggest difference, it would be introducing dream analysis, which has midwifery and philosophy, in every classroom before morning tea time. Every political, every session of Congress, every profession. Just as in some cultures they have a siesta. I don't know if that still exists because of how cruel capitalism is. No rest. No bathroom breaks. Hey, siesta. What's more important than a siesta at midday? Dream analysis. Why? Necessary to make this jump. Solving your problems and human problems. So there is a kind of logos used to deny your logos. There is a kind of logos used by believers to imitate the logos as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Paul. Hey, Paul, what's Paul? Modern Christians are Pauline Jews. Why? Paul pretends to be a follower of Jesus, but rejects literally everything he says and says, I'm better than Jesus. God appointed me, not him. By the way, I like to kill people. Christians. Ignore that. Don't pay attention. By the way, I'm in charge, and believe me, and I'll kill you if you don't. Fucked, right? Imitating the logos as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Believers. Hey, there is a God and it's me, says every cult, every religion. There should be laws, says every fascist. By the way, the laws should hurt everyone except me. The opposite of what laws should do. So even though it's destroying or denying, it implies the existence of the thing it's destroying and denying. So at every level, there's a kind of power and activity. So the logos is the kind of activity that is in every level, and a kind of self-reflection. Materialists often reflect on themselves only enough to say there is no self. It's just brain chemistry or something. Believers reflect on themselves to say, I shouldn't reflect on myself. I should only reflect on minister or Trump or dear leader or Jesus or Moses or Abraham or all this. Not the self though. Understanding is the use of dialectic of logos through time and dialectic reflected upon the self. Either logos itself, the false idea of self in purification, or the model upon which itself is based. The greatest functioning, which you could even take with you to the self, further solidifying the meaning of life being to master it, dialectic and understanding. There's a kind of logos inherent here. That while there's no understanding, maybe you ingrain it into yourself so it becomes obvious, such that you can I don't know if there's They say that there's no understanding here because it's all at once. And you can imagine that. When you're overwhelmed in an experience, you don't reflect on it, you're in it. But it's also the model for reflection. It's the object of reflection as well. Every level has a kind of existence, a kind of power. The power seems to be the nature. See, the book's been saying Usia is the nature and the activity. Does that mean Usia is the nature as in the existence and the activity? See, the activity seems to be the logos. Maybe it's not. Maybe logos is the power. The activity is turning about upon yourself. We could say that the existence is the self, maybe. But we then said Usia is the self. Sorry, Usia is the nature and activity. We say that there is a shallow pool of Usia when we have our problems, keeping our zombie virus alive, that we can make use of in the activity of self-logos of midwifery, to free ourselves from the problem, coming to the conclusion that philosophical midwifery is necessary for everyone, always. I think that's closer. That seems to be closer, so let's have a go at that. Power seems to be the kind of ousia of that level of reality or cognitive function. Activity seems to be the logos. And at every level, you recognize yourself. Every level has a recognition of the self. I'm just a 5 Dems, materialists, Aristotelians. I'm just a collection of atoms. That's all I am. Any feeling is just a squirting of chemicals. That's in fashion right now. And a Rembrandt or anything beautiful is just $5 worth of paint on a $10 canvas and nothing more. Reductionism. Reducing to the smallest parts. That's myself. Belief. I am a Christian. I am a Jew. I am a MAGA, etc., etc. Bullshit. It's a belief system. It's not you. It's a belief logos. But you think you are it. That's human problems. While it's easy to point at others or make fun of the most ignorant or brainwashed or entrenched, especially if they're functioning in a negative, harmful way, we all have an image of ourself that's a belief and derived from our clan and upbringing. Again, philosophical midwifery required necessarily to everyone in a just world. Understanding there is some recognition of yourself participating in the logos through a state of mind. Now, for true understanding, you have a imageless self. Your watcher. You can't bring in your own personal beliefs or opinions in philosophical midwifery or dialectic. Doesn't work. That's why there are these principles of if you're both learning the dialectic and midwifery, you have to swap roles, have a third person you bring in when you hit blocks, because you will hit blocks. And also there's the principle you can only midwife someone to the level of development you've reached, unless of course that you have similar enough problems where you can share insights about your problems. Although there are certain conditions where you can midwife yourself, like Achilles and Pierre Grimes did, necessarily to have rediscovered midwifery. Dream analysis is a big help for that. In the experience of brilliant light of being, you know yourself all at once. Oh my God, how could I have forgotten? If you had a choice whether to go back into your body or not, you would say, no fucking way. Can't believe I was so caught up in these images, like a dream. This is really me, but of course, not your choice, which is the irony behind the, what blocks many people from that experience is the fear of losing themselves, which is in a kind of cosmic joke or irony in two senses. You're not losing yourself. You are getting a temporary experience of your real self. You are getting an alleviation from your pathologo self, so it's a win. But also you don't lose yourself because you don't end up staying there. It's not your choice. You have to come back around because there is that process of reflection upon that experience. That's part of learning necessarily. It would be an unjust world if you get to experience it and then that's it. Then you're just going to reincarnate. You better do your best to remember it. And of course, this is reflected in loving relationships, love and logos, in your intimate, blissful experiences or sexual experiences or intimate experiences. There are high states of being experienced that you can develop and improve on, but afterwards there's the afterglow, which is why Diotima says, hey, every beautiful experience from one person, etc., to souls, to mind and stuff, there's always logos. Make beautiful speeches about the person. Share words that improve her soul. Reflect on the nature of learning itself. Reflect on societal principles. How can this be implemented in institutions? Knowledges. Are there knowledges that can inform each of this? Institutions in a just world. The principles of our just soul. And is there a knowledge of all knowledges behind it? That prepares you for the experience of self-beauty or truth. which is not the end. It's the beginning of true self-excellence. Because as we've been saying, it's the experience of this knowledge which is needed for understanding. So the afterglow of those beautiful experiences, even this one, talk to your partner or friend or midwife or fellow philosopher about it. Thus the irony of, I don't want to die or I don't want to lose myself. Number one, you're not losing yourself. Number two, you're not going to die. That would be unjust. Use the afterglow experience while it's fresh in mind, just like dream analysis. Record it straight away to understand it, to understand how understanding is itself a reflection of it or a functioning of it, and also reflect on what its necessary causes must be. There must be a self experiencing it. And if this is the greatest experience, the self must be beyond experience. A pure one, a pure good, or pure true. Which is why dream analysis is the best kind of spiritual discipline, and all the other reasons too. Because you're going through an activity of self-reflection, or an activity of dialectic, using the power of self-reflection, identifying the self, the high states of mind that reflect closer to the self, and the low states of mind that reflect the false image of the self. That's the cause of problems. In other words, the 5 or 4 versions of ousia activities that cause your problems, states of mind that manifest your problems in your activity, ousia, and the false, and behind your states of mind is a false image of yourself that your dreams are telling you about in 4 and 5, dualists and believers. But equally so when you're functioning in excellence in your dreams, when you're doing understanding, can you reflect on whether there was an image of self present? I wasn't thinking about that. I was helping people learn in my dream. Ah, now you can. Hey, that's 3. 2, you have any brilliant light experiences in your dream? I did. I can't believe I've forgotten about it. That's why we do dream analysis, pal. Was the self there? Yeah, I did kind of recognize myself. I think that's it. I think that's the end. Good thing we're talking. You don't want to get stuck in 2. So at every level, there's a kind of activity, logos, power that we make use of, ousia, and self that we think is our existence. Taking that back with us, we want to ask the question, what kind of logos activity? Well, we know. I guess we won't know what the activity is like when we're there, but we can recognize it's going to be logos. So whether you're a materialist, do the logos. Reflect on the principles or axioms needed for materialism or even scientific inquiry. You're a Democrat or Emma from Majority Report. Whatever your activity is, do the logos. Seek the logos. Seek the principles. You're in belief. Seek the logos. So severance. You're in the severance office. Seek the exit door. Seek the logos. Midwifery. Seek a midwife. So whatever the activity is, we're seeking the logos to do it. Making use of what kind of power or ousia we're in. Is this ousia? Is logos the power? Because we can say, well, okay, believers, they're kind of zombie-like. They have a kind of ousia existence. They are reflecting on themselves. They're a kind of state of mind. That's their kind of ruling. They do a relevant activity to each level. Belief. Maybe it's the activity that changes. I'm a believer. I'm a scientist. I'm an understander. I'm a knower. And logos could be the power. For you to do an activity, there has to be some sort of reasoning that you're employing. For you to talk, even if it's through proselytizing beliefs or rejecting the logos, if you're a materialist, you're still using the power of logos. Is that it? Every level has its own kind of existence, ousia, and the power that it can make use of is always the logos, different version, and the activity is what's different at each level. Or is it both? Two ways of looking at it. In the same way we could do a dialectic on our functioning in our world or in our dreams and say, hang on. The self itself is the state of mind. Just like the second hypothesis. Our functioning is our activity. Or seeing, speaking, and acting. The division is the drama that plays out. And the conclusion is how it ends, success or failure. Or we could equally say, hang on a second, go a different way. The demonstration is our state of mind. That's what we feel. That's how we know whatever we are. The activity of that state of mind is our functioning. As a result, we're our activity. As a result, we either reach a success or failure. So in our dreams, we say, hey, was it a success or failure? Did you reach your goal? Didn't. How are you acting in the different divisions or the different scenes? Shit. Can you look for a theme in your activity? Was there a state of mind that was present? And because we want to go beyond the state of mind to find the self in relation to itself, the idea or not of self or the true self. You could do both work. So could we say our existence is ousia? Every level has its own kind of ousia that defines its existence. Knowing, therefore, its existence is pure, or not pure ousia, but the greatest ousia. Understanding's existence is ousia through time. Beliefs ousia is a stagnant ousia, the stagnant analogy, parent to child. And the kind of ousia of strict dualists or mod dems is to use reflection only enough to deny the possibility of reflection. Each level has a different level of ousia. The power in each is the logos we make use of, and the activity is specific to each level. Or we could say the self is our existence because every level has a power that we make use of in our activity that reflects the logos or distorts the logos. And in each level we have an identifier. We think our existence is the self. Yeah, I think it's both. Both work. Which is fascinating. What does that mean? Well, let's go back. Oh my God, we've been going for over 6 hours. You can see why this is a meditation. And you can see why being out of body is better for it, because you don't have to take bathroom breaks. So our question is, what's the kind... Well, we know that either the activity or the power is going to be the logos. What kind of ousia is present in the 1 and the 10th? so that we can make use of that ousia as best we can to follow the logos or dialectic as best we can to know the self. Does that mean the ultimate thing that's been going through all of it is the logos against the self? So let's use the formula of one self, good self, true self to say, is it therefore the logos self? Or if we recognize the word self means the self that we're after here and here and here is another way of saying self. So we rub two ideas against each other. The idea or principle of logos allowing us to logos the one, logos the good, logos the true. Therefore the logos has its aspects, a pure one, pure good, pure true. In other words, the logos doesn't have qualities. It's reason. It can be applied to qualities in knowledge and wisdom. It can be applied to parts or time in understanding. It can be fucked with in belief and dualism. But logos itself doesn't have a quality. It's itself a pure one. But it's also good. And it's also how we reach truth. So it's true. It's the true of reality. It's the good because it allows for providence. If you don't have logos, you can't function providently. So love without logos is sick. Love and logos always, baby. So is the thing that's a pure one, a pure good, and a pure true the logos? Therefore, all this development has been the unfolding of logos and the returning through logos, seeking its three aspects: oneness, goodness, and truth, or one self, good self, true self. So what we've been after is the logos of self, to recognize the kind of ousia that we're in the self, which isn't an experience, so it's a kind of purity, a pure knowingness of self, not knowing all the parts, but an immediate. So it's even more immediate than the highest expression of pure ousia because there's no parts in the way. So you can say the nature of knowing is you're completely, physically you can only touch this part of the hand with this part of the hand, but all of these other parts can't touch. Even in lovemaking, you can only touch certain physical, even if you contort yourself, like in Tantra. Fold yourself into a pretzel, you can only touch each other at certain parts. Mind can know itself all parts all at once. Thus, unlimited and limit, infinite and oneness, should say. Now imagine knowing yourself even more immediately. And they say that the cause of suffering is nothing other than the time it takes to revert upon yourself. The movement through ignorance to learn the logos to come back and know yourself. But if you can do it at each moment, which is possible, apparently, or even through each combat, if you've ever talked to a master dialectician, you can see them taking someone's question or confusion and bringing it together to a oneness or a one. And even people listening, sometimes they'll have a whole speech, an hour-long speech. And for some people in the group, it took the whole speech, whole lecture. For some people in the group, it was just the first part, first third of the. For some of that first third, it was the first paragraph. For some, it was the first sentence. For some, each moment. An unfolding and returning to self. The cave door, the cave entrance is wide. In other words, it's always the self. You're always you, so you can see it at any time. The logos is our training to see the self. Because what you're looking for doesn't have qualities. You've got to learn how to see it as a pure one, pure good, and pure true, void of qualities. Transcending qualities. Good, still, but not goodness. One, still, but not oneness. If that's the case, then can we say that what we've been learning the whole time in the unfolding of the Logos and the returning through the Logos is the nature of Logos, because that's what we ultimately rub up against the self? The Logos self? That has its aspects of one, true and good? Or is there some clever way of recognizing that the expression the self in Greek is self-self? In which case, we're not rubbing two things together, which even though we're rubbing the highest two things that are pure of qualities in the first hypothesis, we're rubbing oneself against each other. Can that be? Or is that just a, get the feeling that that's just a trick. That might be just clever and not true. Unless, of course, we give it, we unify these one good and true in the word the. When we say the, we're talking about the one apple of the conversation. No, it doesn't work for good or true. No, the English word the is lacking. Well, I am at sea. That's been my meditation. I hope you had fun coming along. And fortunately, we have been learning that this stage of realizing that you're puzzled and stuck and you can't answer is necessary. Being stung, philosophical ignorance, curiosity, openness, wonder. What's the question? What is the nature of ousia, of the first hypothesis, one self, true self, good self? Is it what's the nature of the ousia of its model, the 10th? How can we go from one to another? And is the activity some sort of dialectic on the self-self or logo-self? Lots of questions. The question in the book has been the 3 questions that Socrates says we need to give birth to awaken our destiny is: how does the one self give rise to being? How does being give rise to becoming? And how do we return? Also, the clues are Parmenides says it's God is one and it's the whole of God seeing, hearing, and thinking. The other clue is dream. We're doing a reflection on what our dream maker must know to function as it does. So those are the clues. So my question here is, how do we make that return? And it's something to do with understanding the difference between shadow functioning. The one self, good self, and true self is still a shadow of self, as understanding is a model to copy creation. So this is greater to lesser, this is equal to greater. In other words, this is equal to greater, not greater to lesser, or flower to its scent, or person to its shadow. Somehow the one self, good self, and true self is a shadow creation, or shadow reflection of the self-self or logos self. I thought by bringing in those 3 questions that the author says we should think about would help. Because is understanding a shadow? No, is it? No, we use understanding, don't we? It's a model to copy. But this is a model to copy, but in a higher sense. Somehow the one good and true is still a shadow copy of the 10th. I think I've gone about as far as I can go for today. Big one today. Holy crap. 6.5 hours. I am exhausted. If you followed along this far, well, I think you have gone along about as far as my philosophy has taken me so far in my life. I think for the first time I've explained in words and outlined in like this, what we've been covering the last couple of days, all these words is been what I've been thinking about and what I've been carrying the last many years. This question here. And I don't think I can actually see what's the kind of Usia here? What's the activity of the logos here? And how do we make use of it to reach our final goal? Well, in the year before Pierre passed away, there was a fantastic interview that he made, and you can see it online. I think it's called it's with John Vervaeke, Pierre Grimes. Fantastic. He asked some questions. Is there a philosophy of meditation or a meditation in philosophy? And he says, nope, it's the same thing. And in that conversation, he drops a few brilliant wisdom bombs, nuggets of clues. By the way, he says there's a dialectic. I'm not talking about it yet, but it'll come to light. He says, hey, there is a special use of sexual expression. And also, there are hypotheses beyond the Parmenides. That's what we're stuck on. Somehow it's to do with lesser greater, because this idea of the true self is another nugget he dropped to us at. Real puzzle. No one else heard it, but I was like, hang on a second. What you just said as a throwaway line changes everything. Why is no one else freaking out the way I am? That's been my puzzle for a long time. So somehow this lesser greater equal or mean analogy, or the paradigm or the self is related to truth, and the true self it's our outward seeking. While we inwardly seek the good, there's our motivational power. We reason to seek the one. The activity or method, so one is maybe the existence. The method that we use is analogy. That's how we learn. That's how we revert. That's how we do anagogic. And somehow we have to use this lesser greater equal, the one set of triads of the self logos, or pure maybe, to make sense of how we go from greater to equal, and also what's the kind of movement. Is this a lesser to greater? Is this a greater to equal? Or is this some sort of equal or pure in one way to a higher model of equal and pure? What's the self? The self? What's logos self? What's self? What's even the question? You can see I'm all at sea. I'm stung, puzzled in the best kind of way. Holy shit, this is... Nope, that's as far as I can go right now. Wow, thank you for joining me if you've joined, and if you haven't, I completely understand. It's been 6.5 hours. Maybe I'll break this down into 2 parts. Maybe not. Fuck it. If you're the sort of weirdo who's in this game, then you can rule yourself and watch it in increments or whatever. Maybe no one will watch it. If you have watched it, thank you. I appreciated it. I appreciate your attention and your wonder as well. Hopefully you've gotten stung. We're not even at the end of the book. Imagine what will happen when we take this question with us in our reading. We're going to get so mind-blowing. We're going to get so much wisdom dropped on our asses. Oh my goodness.
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
We are going to be doing that. Follow on Twitch, on YouTube. You can join the Discord, notification when we go live, PDF below. And if you do want to support the channel, you can donate, and it is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. And yeah. See you in the next button. See you in the next one.